Thank you for joining us for the Dental Board
This
of
meeting is
California
being recorded.
quarterly board meeting. My name is Joanne Pacheco, and I am the president of the board. Today is Friday, May 14th, 2021. The board meeting is being held via WebEx. Pursuant to the provisions of Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17, 2020, neither a public location nor teleconference locations are provided for this meeting. For all of those who wish to participate, please log on to the WebEx website provided on the posted agenda for this meeting. Instructions to connect to the meeting are provided on the agenda. The preferred audio connection is via telephone conference and not the microphone and speakers on your computer. The phone number and access code will be provided as part of your connection to the meeting. Since this meeting is being conducted via WebEx, I will ask all board members and speakers to announce themselves by name before speaking for clarity of the official record. All board members are able to unmute themselves to speak during the meeting. Please place yourself back on mute when not speaking to reduce background noise for all participants. When making a motion, please use the raised hand feature located at the bottom right of the WebEx screen so board staff can identify a motion and a second. During a discussion on an agenda item, please use the raised hand feature if you want to speak, and I will call on you. Following such online meeting etiquette will ensure the best audio quality for everyone. During each call for comments from board members and speakers, we will ensure that all comments that can be accommodated are heard before proceeding with the agenda. The board will be taking a 15-minute break in the morning, a 30-minute lunch break, and estimated to occur between noon and 12:30 p.m., and another 15-minute break following in the afternoon. This is an official business meeting of the Dental Board of California. The board welcomes public comments on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. The DCA moderator will explain the process for providing public comment shortly. When called upon, the moderator will unmute the microphone of the individual and they will have 2 minutes to make a public comment. The moderator will audibly announce when 30 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the 2 minutes have lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. Depending on the number of people who would like to testify on a particular agenda item, a total time limit may be imposed. We ask all speakers to please stay on topic and not repeat testimony already provided. If you agree with testimony already provided, please just state your name and that you are in support of any comments previously provided. I would now like to ask the DCA moderator to please explain how public comments will be taken during the WebEx meeting.
Thank you. This is the moderator. To facilitate public comment for today's meeting, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature. When the board reaches a point in the agenda at which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on and members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment," in the question box, which is typically in the lower right of your screen. To access this question box, you'll be looking for the Q&A icon on your screen, which looks like a question mark inside of a square, and clicking on that icon. I will then call on each individual and unmute their microphone. Again, each individual will have 2 minutes to make their comments. I will be providing a 30-second reminder when your time is about to expire. And once your time is expired, your microphone will be muted and we will move on to the next member of the public who has a comment. We will be taking comments in the orders that they are submitted for request. Please note that the question and answer feature is being used only as a means for the members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. This is not a means to ask questions of the moderator or members of the board. Such inquiries submitted using this feature will not be answered. When making your comment, please make sure the comment is directed at the host in the drop-down. While you are free to express criticism or negative views, for the sake of the members of the public participating on the call, please do not use profane language when making public comments to the board. I will provide a brief reminder of this approach at the start of each public comment item. And finally, I would like to remind board members and senior staff that when you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. If I do detect background noise during the meeting as a result of unmuted microphones, I will either provide a brief friendly reminder to mute your microphone, or if it is not an opportune time to do so, I will mute your microphone myself. So just as a reminder, please, before you start speaking, make sure your microphone is unmuted. And with that, I will turn it back over to President Pacheco.
Thank you. I would like to call the meeting to order and ask the board secretary to please call the roll.
Good morning. This is Dr. Alan Felsenfeld, board secretary. I will now call the roll. Burton.
Burton present.
Burton present. Chan. Dr. Chan. I'll come back to him in a little bit. Felsenfeld is present. Lorene.
Lorene present.
Present. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie here.
Mackenzie present. Medina.
Medina present.
Medina present. It is my understanding that Dr. Mendoza will not be at the meeting this afternoon, today, because of some personal matters. So he'll be absent. Dr. Molina.
Molina present.
Molina present. Montel.
Montel present.
Montel present. Morrow.
Morrow present.
Morrow present. Olagi.
Olagi present.
Olagi present. Pacheco.
Pacheco present.
Pacheco present. Stewart.
Stewart present.
Stewart present. You.
You present.
You present. Dr. Chan, do we have you?
Chan present.
Chan present. Thank you. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 12, public comment on items not on the agenda. Are there any public comments on items not on the agenda? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a public comment, please locate that Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And seeing none, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 13, report on Dental Hygiene Board of California activities. I will ask Dr. Timothy Martinez, President of the Dental Hygiene Board of California, and Mr. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer of the Dental Hygiene Board of California, to provide this report.
Good morning, President Pacheco, board members and staff. I'm Dr. Timothy Martinez, the board's president, and participating with Anthony Lum, the board's executive officer, who's also on the call, to report the Dental Hygiene Board activities to you. First, I'd like to provide an overdue congratulations to President Pacheco, as I was informed that she is unique to be the dental hygienist member and elected president of the dental board. This is the first time we're reporting to you this year since you became president, so congratulations on this achievement. Next, with more of the population obtaining their COVID vaccinations, dental hygienists have lessened their concerns in providing their services during the continued but decreasing pandemic and believe that practice is beginning to normalize should cases continue to diminish. Dental hygienists continue to abide by using standard precautions, including checking the patient's temperature, health questions, extensive use of PPE, and properly cleaning and sterilizing in between treatments to protect themselves and consumers alike. We've also been busy since our last report in December 2020 with the focus on the following. Number one, new office. At the end of 2020, staff moved our office from an upstairs office to downstairs in the office space across the hall from your enforcement unit, where the physical therapy board once resided. We now have room to expand for any future needs and workload. Number two, board meetings. We've conducted 6 online meetings through WebEx, and in using the system, we've improved public participation immensely, average over 150 to 200% increase. We received positive feedback from stakeholders and interested parties that using this method has made the meetings more accessible and transparent. In moving forward, staff anticipates using both in-person and online meetings during the year, since the teleconferences have had a positive impact in improving meeting participation and lowering cost. Board staff is preparing for our 2022 Sunset Review, where once the draft report is complete, a Sunset Review meeting will be conducted to review, revise, and hopefully approve the report to submit to the legislation. Number 3, legislation. We're co-sponsoring a bill this year, Senate Bill 534, with the Dental Hygiene Association and the help of Senator Brian Jones to address multiple board issues. Some issues include adding remedial education to the terms of probation if needed, mobile dental hygiene clinic oversight, and adding a feasibility study, the requirement for any new dental hygiene educational program proposals. Its current status is that it passed the Senate and now is moving to the Assembly for review. 4, regulations. We continue to work on promulgating new regulations and identifying the need to revise existing regulatory sections as needed. Most of these are continuing in the regulatory process since our last report, with several departmental and agency reviews prior to moving forward to the Office of Administrative Law for approval. We currently have 11 regulatory packages in various stages of the regulatory review process. 5, educational programs. Site visits to dental hygiene educational programs resumed in February, and we have 8 planned site visits for the year due to complaints, program expansion requests, or other issues. Wet laboratory waiver update. The temporarily approved wet laboratory waiver is set to expire at the end of June 2021, unless it is amended and extended after review by the administration. The waiver allows students to complete their biomedical science prerequisite coursework online without a wet laboratory, so they can obtain science credit for those courses as deemed acceptable by the educational institution for entry into the dental hygiene program. We don't know if the waiver will be extended at this time, but have contacted multiple educational programs to assess their status for reopening. What we found is that the schools vary on their reopening plans, from fully reopening to introducing a hybrid plan, in-person, online plan to be closed for the fall. The waiver addresses prerequisite coursework only and not the dental hygiene program itself. So whether the waiver is extended will depend on the administration's decision and the school's reopening status. 6, alternative pathway to licensure. At our March 20th, 2021 board meeting, we received information from the DCA, Office of Professional Examination Services, OPES, that the dental hygiene educational programs appear to be providing high-quality training and assessments, and recommended to consider alternative examination alternatives for licensure. They also stated that the board should consider whether a skills-based examination is necessary, given the level of structured training and assessments the candidates undergo during their clinicals. As a result, we voted to create a task force to determine possible alternative pathways to licensure in lieu of a clinical examination requirement. The task force has been selected and will meet to discuss the issue of possible alternative pathways to licensure later this month. Once a recommendation is created by the task force, it will be presented to the Licensing and Examination Committee to provide a recommendation to the full board for consideration at its next meeting. 7, personnel. We continue to fill our vacant positions to address the board's work and are down to a single vacancy, which should be filled in the next month or so. The governor filled our last vacant public board member position in January, and Erin Yee from Lafayette was appointed to our board. We look forward to working with her to address board business, and she has already participated in 3 board meetings and has shown to be an active participant. That concludes my report, and I want to thank you for the continued efforts to collaborate on dental issues with us. Are there any questions?
Are there any board member comments? Please use the raised hand feature. Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If there are any public comments regarding this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the host. Seeing none, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. And thank you, Dr. Martinez and Mr. Lum, and thank you for your kind words. It
I
is
have
an
to transfer
honor
people real quick.
to serve on the dental board. We will now move on to agenda item number 14, report on the Department of Consumer Affairs activities. I will ask Ms. Brianna Miller, manager at the Office of Board and Bureau and Relations, to provide this report.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right. Well, good morning, Board President Pacheco and board members. My name is Brianna Miller, and I work in Department of Consumer Affairs as Board and Bureau Relations. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to provide a department update to your board. Before I get started, I would like to first congratulate Member Chan on his recent appointment back to the board, as well as members Alage, Lorraine, and President Pacheco on your recent reappointments to the board. DCA appreciates your continued commitment to consumer protection. I'd first like to provide you an update related to COVID-19. COVID-19 has affected every aspect of our work for more than a year. DCA would like to thank Executive Officer Fisher as well as board staff who have been working so hard to maintain excellent customer service throughout these challenging times. DCA offices remain open with preventative measures to safeguard the health and safety of our employees and visitors. Board and bureaus are looking ahead up to what changes can be made permanent for efficiency and employee well-being, such as telework and eliminating paper processes. I encourage all members and the public to visit DCA's COVID-19 webpage for updates and resources on the state's reopening plan, public health guidance, vaccinator resources, vaccine distribution, and more. Next, I wanted to cover remote meetings and that they continue. DCA is receiving many questions about when and how boards will be able to meet again in person. I don't have a definitive answer for you today, but I would like to offer some clarification. As you know, the ability of the board to meet remotely is tied to the governor's executive orders and the state of emergency. When these are lifted, the board will be required to follow all aspects of the Open Meetings Act, including publicly noticed and accessible locations. We do not yet know when this will happen or if any changes in the law will occur before that time. DCA will do all it can to assist its boards and bureaus to transition safely and with enough time to plan for in-person meetings. While we continue remote meetings, DCA has created a video background, which includes the DCA logos that board members who wish to have their camera on can use. If this is something you're interested and you would like your board's logo added to that graphic, please let us know and we can work with the DCA communications team to provide an updated background to you. Next, I'd like to talk about appointments. One of our top priorities in board and bureau relations is appointments. Currently, your board has one vacancy, a public member appointed by the governor, as well as 2 members in their grace periods. DCA and all the appointing authorities share the goal of a fully seated, diverse, and effective board. Filling current and upcoming vacancies is a priority, and Board and Bureau Relations is here to assist with any questions or concerns your board has about appointment-related matters. And with regard to current and future vacancies, we also want to share that for anyone interested in serving, we have a page online titled Board Member Resources, which is linked on DCA's homepage, and this is where anyone can go to apply for an appointment. Next, I'd like to cover required board member trainings. For current board members, 2021 is a mandatory sexual harassment prevention training year. This means all employees and board members are required to complete the training this year. As a reminder, newly appointed and reappointed board members are required to attend board member orientation training, or BMOT as we call it for short, within a year of appointment or reappointment. DCA is excited about the new and improved training, which has been updated based on board member feedback and requests. The next training will be held on June 23rd via WebEx, and then the last final offered training of 2021 will be in October. To register, please visit the DCA Board Member Resource Center located at dca.ca.gov. Finally, I'd like to update you on two new exciting initiatives launched by DCA Director Kimberly Kirkmeyer for 2021 to enhance DCA services to all boards and bureaus. The first is an Executive Officer Cabinet. This group of board and bureau executives has been formed to maintain regular communication, provide feedback and information to DCA, and assist with special projects that impact all boards and bureaus. The group has met several times already and is making great progress on projects such as standardizing board reporting requirements. The second is the Enlighten Licensing Project. This work group is helping individuals and bureaus individual boards and bureaus streamline and make their licensing processes more effective and efficient by utilizing best practices, information technology, and cost-saving measures. The work group has begun a deep dive into the licensing process at the Board of Registered Nursing, with process improvements being implemented in real time. We will continue to update you as these initiatives progress, but we're very excited about them. So in closing, I would just like to remind you that, as always, Board and Bureau Relations is here to help, and if there's anything we can do to assist your board, please reach out to us at memberrelations@dca.ca.gov. And this concludes my presentation, and I will hand it back over to Board President Pacheco. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Are there any board member comments? Please use the raised hand feature. Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator, and we have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment, please click on the Q&A icon on the screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the moderator, to the host. And seeing none, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. And thank you again, Ms. Miller. We will now move on to agenda item 15, update regarding California North State University College of Dental Medicine accreditation by the Commission on Dental Accreditation. I will ask Dr. Kevin Keating, Dean and Professor at the California North State University College of Dental Medicine, to present this agenda item. Dr. Keating?
Good morning, President Pacheco. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you and the board members and staff an update on California North State University. I'd just like to check and make sure that you are able to hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you so much. So I have an agenda here on, can we have the next slide there? Thank you. And let me just, sorry, I have to close out one thing. It's blocking my view. So I'd like to kind of update you on accreditation of the agency and approval update, and I'd like to move that to the top of the agenda since that's probably most pressing for your information. I'd like to introduce you to the leadership team and to give you a history and timeline for the development of the school. The accreditation we received from WASC, the Western Senior College and University Commission decision to add the College of Dental Medicine to the university back in April of 2019. We had a site visit planned for last year, which was the first site visit canceled due to COVID last year, and we were also the first site visit scheduled for this year for accreditation by CODA. That was postponed due to transition to the virtual site visit model until just August, when we had our site visit in in April of 2021. The site visit report is still confidential, but I can tell you that at this point, we on the California North State team are confident that we'll get a favorable decision from CODA at their August meeting to begin operations. We anticipate, we had built a program to start as early as September of this year, but with the COVID slowdown and for the accrediting agencies, we anticipate there would be some similar issues there with the two agencies in California that have to authorize our operations. So we have worked with the CODA to start in January or in July of next year, with January being our preferred start date. We have developed curriculum that will allow for an accelerated condensed program if we start in January that will still allow that first class to graduate in June of 2025 by adding all that curriculum into a very condensed and academically challenging program for that first class. Second class would then start in July of next year is kind of the timeline that is being considered by CODA. And again, we are confident we've developed the syllabi and curriculum that will allow for the complete 4-year program to be delivered in that 3.5-year program for the first class, starting in January, and for the second class of a 4-year program to start in July of 2022. So that's kind of the brief update. I look forward to scheduling time with Ms. Fisher to find out more about the demo board process, and we have a fairly clear understanding of the Bureau for Private and Post-Secondary Education process, and this affords us the opportunity to ensure that we have authorization prior to start of operations for accepting our first class. So I'd like to move to the next slide, if you wouldn't mind. So a little bit about the College of Dental Medicine team. Dr. Alvin Chung is the CNU president. He had been 25 years with Kaiser as one of their senior executives before becoming part of the original 20 pharmacists and physicians who were interested in forming an academic health center here in the greater Sacramento area. Dr. Shua Zhang is our CFO. Dr. Penelope Zanuti is our Dean of Clinical Affairs and Interim Dean of Admissions. Dr. Rosemary Wu is Dean of Administrative Affairs. Dr. Paul Glassman, Dean of Research and Community Engagement, and Dr. Sheila Bear, our Dean of Academic Affairs. And so we have a well-seasoned and well-chosen team to help lead us into this model of education. Next slide, please. So I'll give you just a brief history. The original pharmacists and physicians that formed the university first started meeting in 2003, 2004. They had a vision to create an academic health center. About 2006, because of my activities in the greater Sacramento area, I was asked to meet with Dr. Chung and others to explore opening a dental school in Sacramento. At that time, their interest was that since dentistry represented roughly 1.5% of the national healthcare budget, it ought to be the cheapest and least expensive educational model to build within the healthcare system. And after spending some time exploring that, they decided to move and open the College of Pharmacy, which they opened in the 2006-2008 area. That ended my time with this group until about 2017, when I was asked, along with Dr. Wai Chan, to form a task force to explore forming a dental school. Next slide, please. Some of you know many of these faces on this team. This was the task force that we put together. Deb Finney, Jag Hare, Dr. Rosemary Wu, Dr. Stephanie Sandretti, Dr. Eric Wong, and Hung Lei, a former dental board member, all seasoned leaders within the greater Sacramento area, representing both the state and many different interests in the community here that would help us lead into the future of the California North State. Next slide, please. So the task force had several charges for the board of directors. One is to develop a demographic analysis for the Sacramento region, and then to specifically look at a demographics near California North State University's location in Elk Grove, develop the vision and the mission, and also to provide a financial pro forma estimate of what it would cost to build a dental school within the Sacramento region. We worked and presented to the board of directors in July of 2018 our results. Next slide, please. So the demographic study there ended up having a number of items that we furnished. So we found that Sacramento is the 20th largest metropolitan area in the United States. And within the top 30 largest metropolitan areas in the country, it is the only one without a dental school within 80 miles. The task force also identified communities of need within the metropolitan area of Sacramento. Next slide, please. So Sacramento District Dental Society serves 5 counties with a population of roughly 3.8 million. As a dental society here in the greater Sacramento area, it represents over 2,000 dentists, 1,800 of which are members of the California Dental Association. Its membership is the 5th largest dental component in California, and it is larger than 28 state components of the American Dental Association. Within the leadership of both Sacramento and CDA, California Dental Association, there was strong support for the formation of the school. And there was also strong support from local dentists in the area who had a great interest in teaching. Next slide, please. So then we look further into the demographics of the Central California. And as many of you know from the area, it's predominantly in agricultural and ranching communities with identifiable shortages of oral health care delivery. The demographics demonstrate the vast majority of dental graduates within California practice within 30 miles of their dental school that they graduated from. And we also identified that there is a special needs population within the Central Valley, including Sacramento area, that have up to a 2-year wait for referral to either Los Angeles or San Francisco-based dental school programs for care. Next slide. So then within the population demographics near the California North State University location in Elk Grove, we identified 7 regional communities in need close to campus, and also identified there is a special needs population here in Sacramento that would benefit from the development of a College of Dental Medicine in the community. Next slide, please. So the vision, the task force quickly developed a common understanding for the vision and mission for the new school, which was included in the report to the board of directors to guide their decision and consideration for starting a dental school. We also developed a financial pro forma, which the task force reached out to several deans for information on accreditation and one dean with experience in opening a new dental school. And we developed a budget, a conservative budget, probably overestimated, but a 7-year full operation till it became cost neutral of $120 to $140 million. And that was presented to the board of directors in July of 2018. Now, next slide, please. So what's the vision? Well, it's a humanistic model of education, and to create a culture of humanism, it began with a vision from the task force through the development of the selection of the inaugural leadership team, then serves as role models for laying the cultural foundation for an incoming faculty, staff, and of course the candidates who are admitted as students. This vision for creating a humanistic model of education has been carried out from the task force and is well demonstrated throughout the development of the program, as is evidenced in all the documents that we've submitted to CODA, and is clearly a leadership goal within the leadership team at California North State University. So we want to attract a diverse faculty and staff and student body that reflects the demographics of the Central Valley. And we want to embrace the curriculum delivery models that incorporate the best use of technology for the student learners of today. And that would be interprofessional education, developing a spiral, helical, or diagonal, whatever you wish to call it, curriculum delivery model. This includes the flipped classroom, blended classroom models, which everybody's pretty much familiar with because of COVID's driving these educational models around the world into the education world. And we are a very team-based and peer-to-peer learning-based program has been developed. So what is the mission? To advance the art and science of health through education, service, scholarship, and social accountability. Next slide, please. And the vision of the College of Dental Medicine is to provide constructive innovation in its education programs and implementation of an integrated biomedical curriculum with effective leadership in integrating oral health care into human health care systems. So a quick timeline here from the start to our site visit, which we just scheduled. If I can have the next slide, please. So what do we project? So you can go through this, but we do anticipate, had anticipated opening or completion of our inaugural building, which would include a simulation laboratory and completion of occupancy permit issued then, and the clinic and the inaugural clinic to be completed in January of 2021. And so we do still have this on our timeline. We have within the campus academic facilities, laboratory facilities that support the didactics. This particular inaugural clinic at 2400 Maritime is an 80-chair simulation laboratory and a 24-operatory dental clinic, which will allow us to start building patient population in anticipation of year 3 of operation. We hope to have a full facility for completed and full operation with up to 160 dental chairs in preparation for that third-year class. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the curriculum. It's a block curriculum because, as many people know, as a result of COVID, classes were interrupted. So the block curriculum allows us, if COVID should continue to deliver curriculum in either in-person, blended, and/or virtual format, and allow completion of each curriculum module before they proceed with the next module. The teaching models are in-person education, virtual, blended, and we have strategies for continuation of clinical simulation in the event that there is another breakdown in clinical delivery or a simulation delivery of education should COVID have another impact when we're in operation. Clinical care still is 3 years away for full clinical care, but we do end up planning on having initial patient interactions to start building a patient population for year 3. And that would be appropriate patient interactions, examinations, medical history summation, and all those initial procedures that are important for developing patient relations in the early stages of clinical education. Next slide, please. Changes to facilities. So the COVID ended up impacting us very early on in March of last year. We stopped our planning and started changes to our clinical facility design because we were still early in that. All the existing academic facilities, we changed to bipolar ionization, UV sanitation, HVAC return air. 80% of air after it's treated is dumped outside, had social distancing, thermal screenings, all those sort of changes. We also started restructuring the building of our clinical facilities to end up changing for a positive and negative airflow pressure to manage and mitigate aerosols generated within the dental environment. This was in the event that aerosol infections do continue, and we do anticipate them continuing so that we could do what we can to mitigate aerosols generated within the dental environment. And so then we are redesigning all the facilities here. And so part of this was led because I was on the task force with California's COVID-19 clinical care work group formed by the California Dental Association, the California Department of Public Health. And because of our changes to our strategy, I was asked to work on the aerosol management subcommittee within that group. Next slide, please. And as part of that work, we identified 4 areas within the clinic, as the zone 1B within the oral cavity, zone 2, 3-foot radius beyond the oral cavity, zone 3, the operatory, and zone 4. So we've done everything in our design to mitigate the spread within zone 1 to zone 2 and mitigate the spread of the zone 2 to 3, which is the operatory, and isolating the non-treatment areas from the general office and academic centers and patient areas where treatment is not provided, and break it down into pods of about 20. It's also a strategy we've employed in the hospital that's being designed to break the area down into zones to mitigate aerosol transmission and to still provide us a safe operating environment in an aerosol generating environment. Many of these strategies have been employed throughout the U.S. In one way or another at dental schools, except ours has been designed from the start that way. Next slide. Some may want to know about the brief university and history. So this is the current strategy, long-term strategy of adding all these various colleges to the Academic Health Center. Next slide, please. So we currently have these schools up and running, and we have the 7. We have a 9th there that's in the process of operation. That's the Graduate College of Hospital Administration, which is not shown here. My apologies. Next slide, please. This is the master plan. And so what you will see here, next slide, is the main academic center, which is 9700 West Tarrant, which is College of Pharmacy, College of Medicine. And then what you see is the event center, which will be the transitional academic center for the College of Dental Medicine, has lecture halls, small and large group learning. The hospital, which is in development, is planned to be ultimately a 500-bed hospital, a 13-story building. Across from that, the ambulatory care center. And then in that lower left-hand corner, see the existing and future facilities for the College of Dental Medicine. Next slide, please. The existing building that's being remodeled would be for this 8,000 square foot, 24-chair introductory dental clinic, and the second floor would be an 8,000 square foot, 80-student simulation lab and offices. You get to see the large picture of the general campus here on the right in this. Next slide, please. And so the future building, 2410 Maritime Drive, it's under development and currently going through architectural redesign and preparation for permitting as a result of the changes to the design for aerosol mitigation. Next slide, please. And this just shows a general schematic of that. I don't think we need to go through all of that, but if anyone would be interested, I'm happy to share those details at another time. And next slide. So anyway, I tried to go through this quickly. I look forward to answering any of your questions. And President Pacheco and board members, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide an update, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Are there any board member comments? Please use the raised hand feature.
We have hands up from Dr. Chan and Dr. Morrow.
Dr. Chan?
This is Steve Chan. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
Good. There are a lot of moving parts in starting a brand new school and executing this business plan, so you could be commended on that. And then considering with the COVID overlay, there's even more moving parts. And then with the Commission on Dental Accreditation. I have 2 questions. Question number 1, about maybe 3 or 4 years ago, there was a drive through the Commission on Dental Accreditation to include an element of ethics in the curriculum. And this is in context, well, first of all, is that so, about integrating a module or a component of ethics in the curriculum? And this is in the context of seeing in our disciplinary actions a recurrent theme of maybe transgressions requiring remedial education in ethics. Is that a part of the CODA specifications?
The answer, it is built into the program, and ethics is part of it. There is an expectation for ethics, and it is actually one of the inaugural courses it provided to during also orientation, but it is also included in the curriculum in several different formats. It is also part of the strategy in the student handbook and the faculty handbook, staff handbooks. Those are all elements within that. Part of the humanistic model is building an ethical model, and that starts with hiring individuals who will model that for students. Taking students and converting them into clinicians, as you know, is a transition, and that starts from day 1. It is included, and it is part of CODA's expectation. It is one of many expectations that CODA has.
Thank you, Kevin. The second question is there any plans in the business plan to have postgraduate programs?
Great question. The answer is that as part of the vision of the task force. So because of the special needs population, our target classes are going to be, our target residencies will be OMFS, pediatrics, and AEGD and AGD, because of those particular residencies best serve the special needs population. We are in communication with the county through First Five. They are interested in partnering with us to build a surgery center within the university, within the dental school, to target the special needs population. And the president supports this. And we are in continued conversations. Dr. Glassman has been part of that meeting with those individuals. As part of our community outreach, and it is still much to do, but the county and or First Five within the county is interested in partnering with us to build a surgery center. Of our 16 ORs in the hospital, the president has committed at least one of those to a full-time dental-specific operatory. And so we look forward to continuing to develop that relationship, but that is part of the long-term strategy.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin.
You bet. Thank you.
Dr. Morrow?
Dr. Keating, this is Steve Morrow. I want to add my congratulations and my admiration to you for your abilities to undertake and to focus on such a monumental task as getting a dental school up and running, and also with the issues that obviously COVID has presented for you. So congratulations, and I'm looking forward to working with you and in the educational process as far as dentistry in the state of California. And I apologize if I missed it, but what is your targeted class size for your program?
So our target full operation class size is 80. However, we recognize there are challenges, and obviously with the new faculty, new curriculum, and new class and a short acceptance cycle, our first 2 cohorts will be 40 students, and if facilities are completed, then that 3rd year we anticipate moving to a full 80 students.
Okay, thank you. And also, just with both of you and my focus on endodontics, is there an expectation that you would initiate an endodontic postdoctoral program?
Well, as an endodontist, speaking to an endodontist, the answer is absolutely yes. However, focusing on the needs of the community was really the task force first goal. So that special needs is going to be that. And once each lift will come down the path, and beyond those 4 specialties I've addressed, we have not prioritized any of the other specialties. However, we're trying to build and design a facility that will house all the specialties, including an international program at some point. But that is probably some future dean's worry, not mine, but it is part of our strategic long-term plan, Steve.
Okay, thank you very much. And moving forward, if there's anything that I can do to help you out or assist you, don't hesitate to let me know.
Thank you, Steve. Very much appreciate that, and thank you both Steves here for your kind comments. Very much appreciated. COVID has made it more work than I ever expected, and it was more work than I ever anticipated. It's been more fun, more stressful than I ever would have expected, but I look forward to every day. Got a great team, and it's been an enjoyable, an exasperating experience, but thank you.
And you thought you worked hard as a practicing endodontist.
The answer is, yeah, I thought I worked hard, and this is way more challenging, but, and it's a fire hose of information, too.
Yeah. Hey, thanks a lot, and best of luck to you.
Thank you, Steve.
And Dr. Molina?
So I guess I'm joining the endodontic club here.
Hello, how are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. So I have a question. So where exactly are you in the state of the accreditation program with Akura?
So we've been in this process now for, well, 4 years, 3 years formally. Our initial application was submitted in 2019. We started building the application in 2018. 2019 it was submitted. Our site visit was scheduled for last year, canceled. We had it again. Our site visit was essentially 3 weeks ago. The documents, essentially, the startup documents is now almost 5,000 pages of documentation for the program, and we have another submission for them for the shortened cycle, just to provide some clarity on some of the syllabi. But that's an easy lift for us because we had that information already. So we're ready. We're anticipating to have CODA review our application at its August meeting. This is a personal opinion, not an official opinion. We're optimistic that we will have a favorable response from CODA at their August meeting. So on August 6th, I believe it is, we will either get the thumbs up or the thumbs down from CODA for starting a program. And once that occurs, then we'll be working with Ms. Fisher here to find out on the details for board authorization. And we've already been working with the BPPE to work out their authorization for operations, which we have to obtain before we take that first class. Because CODA had some kerfluffles, we were the first virtual site visit for CODA, and there were some initial challenges in providing that site visit. So we worked with them, and at that time, our site visit report was 4,000 pages, and they had about 10 days to review it. And I said, "Is that a good idea?" And they said, "No, can we schedule for April?" And we said, "Absolutely. We want a happy site visit team." So we were ready to go, whatever. So long and short of it, we anticipate. My comment is that virtual world has changed everything, and so it's hard to predict what will be for the dental board and or BPPE. At least from our perspective, we're still trying to get our head around all those details, but we do anticipate being able to take a class in January, assuming authorization by both the dental board and BPPE.
Of course, that will be temporary accreditation, correct?
No, it's interim accreditation, not temporary.
Yeah.
So there are several, so it's interim, it's initial accreditation, which is essentially accreditation, which is not full accreditation. There's a secondary phase, which according to the Department of Education should happen in 18 months because of the virtual thing. But the dental board is looking into doing their normal, CODA is looking into doing it in 18 to 24 months. Still fits in within their understanding of the guidelines from the U.S. Department of Education for their secondary visit or viewing facilities. And if the facilities and everything move forward at that time, curriculum and all the assessments are satisfactory, we continue operation until after the graduation of the first class. So roughly year 5, they come back and look at the outcome assessment for that first class and then issue their opinion on formal accreditation.
Great. Thank you so much. I have another question. You had mentioned that I forget exactly 140 million or so costs. Is that coming from the state? Is that combination of state and where are most of the funding coming from?
It is a private university, and they have, again, as a dean, I have to keep an arm's length relationship from that, but they have raised the money predominantly for the other colleges from pharmacists and physicians, and they've been, and so it is a private enterprise, and the money has been raised through various means. For the hospital, they did obtain a $1.9 billion tax-free bond authorization signed off by both the city, the county, and Governor Newsom for the hospital. And it is possible, I don't know this, that part of the funding may be included in that. But at this point, the dental board, CODA does look at that very carefully, and the funding and pathways of funding for future do seem secure enough for them at this point, based on my interpretation. At this point, we have been fully funded and we continue to be funded. They are, it appears to be well supported. That's all I can say. Part of it is this private funding does create a little difference because there's the lack of, there's not the same transparency that you have as a state provided program. That's all I can say. I don't, I don't know how to address that any differently.
Last question. What do you, what is the tuition going to be?
So currently our tuition is going to be median. We're not the cheapest, which is Loma Linda. We're not the most expensive. We're going to be right in the median there for the tuition within California. The one benefit that we have in Sacramento is that cost of living within Sacramento region is significantly lower than the Bay Area and Southern California. So there is a benefit to students. So at this point, our tuition is projected to be at $76,000 per year plus fees. So it gets up close to $100K in the 4-year program. The cost for the accelerated program will still be the same, except it'll be, instead of being delivered over the 4-year program, be delivered over a 3.5-year program. So the tuition will be, all compressed into that 3.5-year format rather than the 4-year format. But it's $76,000 a year for the first year of operations, and it goes up with a cost of living adjustment each year after that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your
Thank you. Great
explanation.
questions. Yeah.
Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none. Are there any?
I'm sorry, President Pacheco, Dr. Montel has her hand up.
Dr. Montel.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, Dr. Keating. My name's Alicia Montel. That was a great presentation. It's very, very exciting to see this happening and very necessary, getting those dentists out in the workforce. Really appreciate what you're doing and all the work you're putting in. I just had a question about, the curriculum that you talked about, where it was virtual, blended, and in-person. I think that's really exciting as well, because I can see it sounds like that might be a model that, other schools could look towards. I just had a question about the blended part of that. Are you saying that the student would have a choice? Are you going to control that completely, or does the student have a choice whether they can be virtual or in person, or how are you planning on that?
No, it's whatever the demands are. So the idea of vision for curriculum delivery for 2030 would be for a flipped classroom and or these high-tech sort of things. And so what is the flipped classroom? That's where they have lectures the night before. Instead of the old, when I went to school, it was the stage on the stage is what is commonly referred to, would be a lecture format. And then you go home and do your reading. And this, in the flipped classroom, it is lectures are presented virtually in block modules. They can get an assessment. They show up the next morning in small group learning format. The faculty can look and say, all right, they've got these assessments. How do they do in the material that they reviewed from the lectures in this flipped classroom type format? And so it translates to what I've done for the last 20 years of my career in residence seminars, where you walk in and you don't talk about what they know, you talk about what they don't know or they don't understand. So you can look at a class and say, look, 95% of the class understands this segment of what was part of the material that was presented in the lecture. And so then you're going to start addressing the things they didn't understand, but it also provides immediate feedback on what you may not have done as a teacher for providing the information. So it is all the learning technologies that have really been the goal for ADEA to incorporate into dental education. And we're planning on going down that path because as a new school, you can design your curriculum and you don't have to change the cruise ship. You can build it and find faculty that embrace that sort of educational model. COVID changed all that. So every dental school around the world has moved into that over the last, since COVID happened in March of 2020. And so these are all implementations. We have just taken it further, and we've also taken it further in that we've built an integrated model, integrated biomedical curriculum. So part of the curriculum has been historically parallel tracks. So you might have physiology, anatomy, and then you have the physiology talks about the operation of all those anatomical structures that you're looking for. And then you have your pathology when something doesn't work right, and you have your pharmacology and your treatment, how to manage that, and then how to fit it all into dentistry. And they're all in parallel tracks. And in the old model, some of us figured it out before we graduated. Some of us never figured it out how all those fit even after we graduated. The new model is this integrated biomedical curriculum where from day one, every discussion about anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, and all the interactions, how does it affect your decisions that you make relative to treating this particular patient in their chair? How does that affect your decision to move forward? Does it affect it at all? Or do you have to does it fit within your skill set? And so this is all this integrated biomedical curriculum that is really the goal. It's actually was now a standard that was implemented by CODA and just this year and led to significant changes in our curriculum. And again, because we had an early stage of curriculum development, we were able to shift and completely develop innovative biomedical curriculum that has this, starting from day one, every patient encounter is built on a patient encounter. How does this affect your decision? If they got, what is their blood pressure, their blood sugar status, all those things that affect your treatment outcome. So hopefully that addresses your question. It's much more detailed than I could probably do in 2.5 minutes, but I'll give it my best
that's very
shot.
good information. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. That's very exciting. Thank you.
It is exciting. It's also terrifying on my end. Implementation is the next step, and so that's my next hurdle. I say it with a big smile on my face. I look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you for the questions. Dr. Montel and Dr. Molina, can you please lower your hands there? Thank you. Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the host. Seeing none, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Keating, for the very informative presentation. We will now move to take a 15-minute morning break. Moderator, if you could put the break announcement up, thank you. And can you put the time of return? We will return back at 10:25. Thank you. And Ms. Fisher, do we need to take roll?
We should not need to take roll. I believe staff is ready. We'll just ask the moderator if the recording was paused.
I actually did not pause it. It is still running. My apologies.
Okay, all right, well, that's okay. So I believe we're ready to go, Ms. Pacheco.
Thank you. We will now move to agenda item 16, Dental Assisting Council Meeting Report. I would like to ask Ms. Melinda Cazares, Chair of the Dental Assisting Council, to provide this report.
Good morning, Dental Board members, and thank you, Ms. Pacheco, for all your guidance in this new role that I have. My name is Melinda Cazares, Chair of the Dental Assisting Council. And on Friday, April 30th, 2021, the Dental Assisting Council meeting was held via WebEx, roll was called, and a quorum was established. The February 2021 Dental Assisting Council meeting minutes were approved. Board staff provided updates to the council regarding dental assisting programs and courses, examination statistics, and licensing statistics. The council heard presentations from the Department of Consumer Affairs, Office of Professional Examination Services regarding examination development for the orthodontic assistant permit written examination and the registered dental assistant and extended functions and written examinations. First, Dr. Heidi Lenser and Ms. Karen Akichi, representatives of the Office of Professional Examination Services, presented the findings of occupational analysis for the orthodontic assistant permit and recommended modifications to the written examination. Dr. Lenser and Ms. Akichi provided an overview of the occupational analysis report, which included in your dental board meeting materials. Based on the results of the occupational analysis, the Office of Professional Examination Services recommended the orthodontic assistant permit written examinations be modified to adjust exam content by increasing the number of items from 65 scorable and no pretest questions to 75 scorable and 25 pretest questions, and increasing the time candidates have to take the exam from 90 minutes to 120 minutes. Additionally, since the number of candidates taking the orthodontic assistant permit written examination has substantially increased over the last 10 years, they recommended increasing the frequencies of updating the test item bank. The council recommends the board take action to approve the recommended changes to the orthodontic assistant permit written examination. Following this report, Ms. Akichi is available to answer any board member questions regarding the occupational analysis and recommended changes to the examination. Next, the Office of Professional Examination Services provided an update to the council regarding the review of registered dental assistant and extended functions and written examinations. Dr. Lenser and Ms. Akichi reported that workshop held in March determined that competencies tested during the RDA-EF clinical and practical exams could be met in educational training and assessed with a written exam. It was also determined that additional content should be included if the clinical and practical exams are eliminated and should be organized into content areas to address those requirements. Since an occupational analysis of the RDA-EF profession is due in fiscal year 2021 through 2022, the Office of Professional Examination Service has begun conducting analysis this year to coincide with the development of revisions to the RDA-EF written examination to ensure content measures competencies required at initial licensure. The Office of Professional Examination Services anticipates the revised RDA-EF written examinations will be released concurrent with legislative changes expected to become effective in January 2022. The OPUS services will continue to update the council and the board on the redevelopment of the RDA-EF written examination at future meetings. Finally, The council discussed whether the infection control courses requirements for unlicensed dental assistants as provided in the Business and Professions Code, Section 1750, should be amended to increase consumer protection. Currently, Business and Professions Code, Section 1750, requires the employer to ensure a dental assistant who has been in continuous employment for 120 days or more successfully completes a board-approved 8-hour course in infection control within a year of employment. The council discussed potential amendments to the statute and took action to recommended the board consider a legislative proposal to amend Business and Professions Code Section 1750C to specify the employer is responsible for ensuring a dental assistant has successfully completed a board-approved 8-hour course in infection control prior to performing any basic supportive dental procedures involving potential exposure to blood, saliva, or other potentially infectious materials. This recommendation will be forwarded to the board for consideration at its next meeting. This concludes my report on the April 30th, 2021 Dental Assistant Council meeting, and I would also be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board member comments regarding the report? Seeing none, I would like to ask legal counsel if we need to vote on the report.
This is Tara Welch, Board Counsel. The board does not need to take a motion to accept the Dental Assisting Council report.
Thank you. Are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If anyone would like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And seeing no requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Are there any board member comments regarding the modifications to the orthodontic assistant permit written examination? Please use the raised hand feature. Seeing none, and Ms. Welsh, may I assume that we do not need to take a motion to accept this report as well?
This is Tara Welch, Board Counsel. The board should take action on this particular item. So we're looking for a board member to make a motion as to whether or not to adopt the recommended modifications in the occupational analysis for this item.
And I see that Ms. McKenzie made a motion to accept the adoption. Do we have a second?
Ms. Burton seconded.
And thank you, Ms. Burton. So the motion has been adopted.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
Need to take a vote.
The motion has been moved forward by McKenzie and Burton. And are there any other board member comments? Are there any public comments? Moderator?
This is the moderator.
Please
My apologies.
facilitate. For public comment.
We have opened the Q&A panel. If there are any public comments regarding this motion, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And seeing none, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
Thank you. We are now about to vote on a motion to adopt the modification to the OAS written exam. Burton,
Excuse me, Dr. Felsenfeld, I might interrupt. I think the motion was to approve the modifications to the orthodontic assistant permit written examination and to essentially accept the OPES occupational analysis.
that's fine. If we have that language that you've just put down, written down somewhere, we will use that as the purpose of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Burton,
Burton, aye.
Burton, aye. Chan,
Aye.
Chan, aye. Felsenfeld, aye. Lareen,
Lorraine, aye.
Lareen, aye. McKenzie,
McKenzie, yes.
McKenzie, aye. Medina,
Medina, aye.
Medina, aye. Mendoza. Oh, Mendoza's absent, excuse me. Molina,
Molina, aye.
Molina, aye. Montel,
Montel, aye.
Montel, aye. Morrow,
Morrow, aye.
Morrow, aye. Alagi,
Alagi, aye.
Alagi, aye. Pacheco,
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Stewart, aye. You,
aye.
aye. The vote is unanimous. We have adopted the modification.
Thank you, Ms. Cazares. We will now move on to agenda item 17, Examination Committee Meeting Report. I will ask Dr. Stephen Morrow, Chair of the Examination Committee, to provide this report.
Thank you, President Pacheco. The Examination Committee of the Dental Board of California met on May 13, 2021. Following the call of order and roll call, a quorum of the committee was established. No public comments regarding items not on the agenda were received. The February 23, 2017 Examination Committee meeting minutes were approved as presented. A comprehensive explanation and detailed information regarding the American Dental Association Joint Commission on National Dental Examinations recently developed and implemented objective structured clinical examination was provided to the committee by Dr. Michael Sanders, the Vice Chair of the Joint Commission on National Dental Examinations, Dr. David Karsten, a member of the Dental Licensure Objective Structured Clinical Examinations Steering Committee that was responsible for development of the examination, and Dr. David Walschmidt, the Director of Testing Services for the American Dental Association and Director of the Joint Commission on National Dental Examinations. Following their presentation and a discussion that involved the presenters and the committee members, the committee unanimously approved to recommend that the full board consider the American Dental Association Objective Structured Clinical Examination as a pathway to licensure in California. No future agenda items were identified by stakeholders and the committee meeting was adjourned. This completes my report of the Examination Committee meeting of May 13, 2021.
Are there any board member comments? Please use the raised hand feature. Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment. Oh, I see a hand is raised. Can we back up? Ms. Burton?
Hi, this is Fran Burton. I am a little bit concerned that we are moving so quickly on another pathway. I would be reluctant to support this if the motion does not include the necessary OPS study and the other things that have to come before we are fully on board with this.
Ms. Pacheco, this is Karen Fisher. I'd like to just give an explanation. So if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Ms. Burton, for your comment. I'm glad you made it because other members may have the same question. Dr. Morrow at this point just gave the examination committee report. There will be no action today from the board regarding this issue. It will be taken up at a future board meeting. And yes, there'll be additional information provided for the board to be able to robustly continue to discuss this issue and to eventually then come to a decision.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. Our Q&A panel is open. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to all panelists. Our first comment comes from David Waldschmidt. And David, your line is open and you will have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. We're pleased to hear that the committee has recommended that the board consider this matter. And I just wanted to thank the committee again and also provide some clarifying comments concerning a couple of questions that came up during the committee's meeting. The first was, why does the Joint Commission report performance based on educational background, and specifically whether candidate is educated from a COTA accredited institution? That caught us a little off guard. We've never been asked that question before. The distinction is really whether the candidate has been educated by an institution that adheres to COTA's standards. And that's been discussed also during this meeting, of course. So COTA accredits programs in the US and internationally. So for example, Saudi Arabia, and also COTA has a reciprocal agreement with Canada. So COTA is an independent commission that sets standards. It's individuals educated by an institution that adheres to those standards perform better. That's what the exam, what our results show. That protects the public. That's a great thing, really. So setting standards is a great thing in protecting the public. Having boards and commissions that set standards is a very, very good thing in protecting the public. And so here it's occurring at the university level. And so we're sharing information along those lines. Also, an example was brought up concerning an individual who indicated that they graduated having completed only a single crown. And certainly that greatly concerned us as well. And I believe COTA would be very, very concerned about that additionally. So similar to the Joint Commission, they're a commission as well. We don't really have within the Joint Commission specific knowledge regarding the operations of COTA. So we would recommend that consider providing a specific complaint regarding that situation to COTA, so COTA can in turn investigate. I'm sure COTA would want to know and would be similarly concerned. Does that indicate my 2 minutes are up?
You have 20 seconds left.
Okay. With regard to image size and ability to zoom, Joint Commission also has specific policy on that. Images are to be of diagnostic quality. Specifically, images have to meet the criteria that would an entry-level candidate who possesses the necessary knowledge be able to answer this question correctly, given the quality of the image presented? So obviously, images have to be of sufficient size and quality for that statement to hold true. And thank you again to the board for considering this.
Seeing no additional requests for comment, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. And thank you, Dr. Morrow. We will now move on to agenda item 18, enforcement review of statistics and trends. I will ask Carlos Alvarez, Chief of Enforcement Field Offices, to present this agenda item.
Carlos, if you're speaking, you're muted and we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, President Pacheco, Good morning, board members. Carlos Alvarez. I'll be presenting enforcement statistics between January 1st, 2021 and March 31st of 2021. In the complaint and compliance units, between that time frame, they received 1,040 complaints, monthly average of 347 complaints that they received. And currently right now in the complaint and compliance unit, there are 672 complaint cases that are open. And so currently right there, we're waiting on records to be received from the licensees, sub-treaters. Some of these cases are with the dental consultants that are being reviewed. And so that's why some of these cases are open. So the good part too on the case aging, as you see 1 year plus, we have one case in there. That's very good for us. On my last report, our last meeting, we had 2, so we've been able to reduce it by 1. So the number of complaints that have closed in the complaint and compliance units, 744 complaints that were closed. Those are meaning that they went to a dental consultant. Dental consultant did not find any violations of the Dental Practice Act, so therefore they were closed. Other cases that could be closed, what we call non-juris, where we have no jurisdiction, where some of the complaints and examples, they write a complaint, they say they just want a refund, and we have no jurisdiction with that. So again, 744 cases that were closed, and that was a monthly average of 248. I will be moving on to investigative cases with SARS, subsequent arrest, where licensees get arrested by law enforcement agencies. We get notification from the Department of Justice, and we get a report that the licensee has been arrested. And currently right now we have 332 cases that are currently open on our investigative analysis unit. And again, these cases we're waiting on adjudication. So at the meantime, we're collecting records. We're waiting for these cases to be adjudicated in the superior courts before we can move on to an investigative case. So number of cases that were closed with SARS were 25. Some of the examples of these why they were closed is either they're redundant. We received the same report from the Department of Justice, so they were closed. Some where we got the report, they're no longer a licensee with the dental board, and so therefore we closed them. So again, 25 SARS were closed between that time frame. So I'll be moving on to the investigative analysis units, where we say it's non-sworn personnel that are conducting investigations. Currently, we have 487 open cases with that unit. And as you see there with the complaint aging with 3 years, we have 2 cases, which is really good because our statute of limitations is 3 years, so we're down to only 2 cases. We were able to reduce it by 1 because in my last report that we had 3, so that's good news. We've been able to reduce it. So again, we currently have 487 cases. So I'll be moving on to the sworn investigators here in Sacramento. So currently, number of open cases that we have here are 189 investigative cases. Again, once we get into the cycle here, investigation cycle times here with the 3 years case agent, we have 2 cases with the 3 years. Again, our statute of limitations is 3 years, so that's good news. My last report, we had 4, so we were able to reduce it by 2. So again, we have 189 cases with our sworn investigators. I'll be moving on to the Orange office for our sworn investigators. So currently we have 364 cases that are open in the Orange office. And again, the 3 years with the cycle times here that we have is 3 years, we have 10 cases. So that's really good that we've been able to keep these cases low. Again, 364 cases. And number of investigated cases are open with the Orange field office with our non-sworn personnel We have 79 cases currently that are open. And currently right now, between the 2 and the 3 year mark, we have 18 cases, and we don't have any cases that are 3 years or more. So that's really good news there for our Orange office. So the total number of investigation cases that were closed between all the units, between the investigative analysis unit, Sacramento, and the Orange field office were 279 cases. Currently right now, with the number of inspections, we have a total of 129 inspections, and that's combined with Sacramento and the Orange office. So currently right now, Sacramento field office has 29 inspection cases that are open. Orange field office has 100 cases that are open, so a total of 129. So our investigators and our inspectors are going out into the field to conduct investigations or to, conduct inspections for unsanitary conditions. I'll be moving on to administrative and disciplinary action. So currently right now, we have probation cases that are currently open. We have 169 probation cases. And I'm sorry, we have a typo here on the report. It said 152, but we have 151 active probationers. And we have 18 licensees who are tolling, meaning that they're in another state. They're not in California practicing, but they still have to abide through certain conditions of their probation. But their time is not counting towards the probation because they're out of state and they're not practicing in California. And once they return back to California, their time will start again for them to complete their probation. So again, we have 18 tollers. So currently for the investigative analysis unit, there's 24 active probationers. Tolling probationers, there's 3. For the Sacramento field office, for our sworn investigators, there's currently 26 probationers, 11 that are tolling. And in our field, Orange field office, we have 101 active probationers with 4 that are tolling. I'll be moving into citations. So we issued between the time frame of January 1st, 2021 and March 31st of 2021, we issued 4 administrative citations. So the example of some of those citations would be where licensees are not submitting records when the dental board has requested them, and they did not send in the records within 15 days. So therefore, we issued a citation. Accusations. So between the time frame January 1st of 2021 and March 31st of 2021, there were 28 accusations that were filed with the Office of the Attorney General's office. Cases assigned to the Office of the Attorney General's office, were 18 cases. So all the non-sworn, sworn investigators, they completed their cases and they transmitted cases to the Attorney General's office, and 18 were submitted. And currently right now at the Office of the Attorney General, there are 114 cases that are currently pending at that office. That completes my report of the enforcement statistics.
Thank you. Are there any board member comments? Please use the raised hand feature. And I see Dr. Chan.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Madam
Dr.
President. Hi, Carlos.
Hi, good morning.
For your work.
Thank you.
I have two questions. One of the questions, and this may be a management question, so it may be deferred through Karen Fisher, but one of the pieces of the strategic plan 2017 to 2020 was about possibly separating out the functions of following the probationers from the investigation function. And that's been an undercurrent with many of the disciplinary cases over the years. So I think the question is there another metric that could help us in seeing maybe how much time is necessary as the portfolio of these probationers are increasing over time, and seeing maybe the personnel time needed to work through the probation, because there's so much variability in the probation actions. Some require practice monitoring, some require corroborating, following up with reports. So is there another metric that can help us to see what that arena looks like, probation, as opposed to separating it out from investigation? And then this is also for Karen, maybe.
Karen, do you want me to answer? Do you want to answer before?
What do you prefer, Carlos?
Okay. So currently with the executive team and management, we did do a study. So how much time is going into working the probation cases? So we did a study is how much time actually goes in where we're actually introducing the probationers, going over their terms, doing quarterly reports, meeting with them, writing reports. We actually have a timeline of how long that's taking. So currently, after this board meeting, we are going to meet and see if we could actually have a probation unit, meaning personnel is going to be strictly dedicated to overseeing the probationers. So we'll take that away from our sworn and non-sworn personnel so they could spend more time on investigation cases. And then this probation unit will strictly deal with probationers. So hopefully with that, that'll reduce the timelines for the investigation cases. And again, that probation unit would strictly monitor the probationers.
Thank you, Carlos, because we've seen that trend over time, but we didn't have any data to support that direction.
Yeah, in-house, we have that data because that we collected in-house in order for us to identify if we can establish a probation unit.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Carlos, for that comment. I just want to, at this point, jump in and say that this is very early on. Yes, we have to conduct a workload analysis and work with personnel, so it's not a done deal, but we are working behind the scenes to see whether this is going to be feasible for the board.
Thank you. The second question, and Carlos and I have talked about this before, looking at the review of the statistics and perhaps the trend analysis, looking at what's being presented at our board meetings and realizing that the statistics that he's presenting is a snapshot in time. And yet from snapshot to snapshot, we're not certain of what we're seeing in terms of what it looked like maybe last year or the year before, to see again that workload. And again, it may be a management decision on this, but looking at how these trends are changing from year to year. And it may be also kind of interesting to see, how did COVID affect these trends in terms of incidences and reports compared to non-COVID closing down offices? So how do we look at trends versus just snapshots?
Yeah. So hopefully for our next future meeting, we'll have a different reporting form to show statistics, like you said, where it shows a snapshot of previous years to current years. So hopefully by then we do have a form. We just have to now utilize it, put it together, and collect all the data. So hopefully our next future board meeting, everybody will be able to see that. But as far as we're not really taking any data saying COVID cases versus non-COVID cases. Currently right now, we're not identifying what those trends are with non-COVID cases.
No, I didn't mean about the cases themselves. I just meant the impact of COVID on the overall scene in terms of enforcement. Yeah. But thank you for that. Thank you for looking ahead on that, Carlos.
Yes.
And that was the end of my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. And if you could lower your hand, please. Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make any comments on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the host. We have a request for comment from Dr. Witcher. Dr. Witcher, your line is open. You will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and thanks for the comments from Dr. Chan and the response from Carlos. In the past, in some of the board meeting material that came out, by way of point of information here, I'm commenting as an individual licensee. In the past, we had statistics from year to year that gave year-over-year comparisons, and we haven't been seeing those for a couple of meetings now, so I don't think that's going to be anything very difficult to do. I know it's some additional work. And second comment is with respect to the effect of COVID. As I recall, and I don't have the actual numbers to verify this, but I think complaints were down overall during 2020. Is that correct, Carlos? Or, I mean, you might want to take a minute to see if you have that information available before responding. The other thing is COVID has had a vast effect on the court system. And I think one reason you might be seeing an increase in time for SAR cases, subsequent arrest cases, to get processed through is if that's dependent on Superior Court hearings. I think that's going to take time, and I think that's pretty well known. It was really interesting to me to hear the presentation from the Attorney General's office at the last meeting, where they had talked about how they had moved to virtual hearings and how that works and doesn't work. They seem to be managing, and I don't know how much that might affect this in the future. So that concludes my comments. Thank you.
And seeing no additional requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. We will now move on to agenda item 19A, Diversion Program Report and Statistics. I will ask Bernal Vaba, Chief of Regulatory Compliance and Discipline, to present this agenda item.
Good morning. I am Bernal Vaba, Chief of Regulatory Compliance and Discipline, and I am presenting agenda item 19A, Diversion Program Report and Statistics. This memo provides year-to-date statistics through March 2021. These statistics reflect participant activity within the diversion program. As of March 31st, 2021, there were 8 participants in the program. Of the 8 participants, 4 are self-referrals, 3 probation referrals, and 1 enforcement referral. The next diversion meeting is scheduled for July 28th, 2021, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any board member comments? Please use the raised hand feature. Dr. Chan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is more of a comment. In the past, we had a member of the diversion program actually giving us a very compelling narrative on his experiences going through the diversion program. And frankly, it does change how we see just the statistical information, but what the program does. And maybe a suggestion to have that person come back, and especially for the new members of the board, to explain his narrative and how this program works.
Thank you for your comment, Dr. Chan. This is Karen Fisher. We do have that scheduled. As you know, we do have 4 new board members that have joined the board since last year, but there'll also be new board members probably being appointed to replace 2 board members at the end of the year. So we do have something scheduled likely for next year.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have again opened the Q&A panel. If you have a comment to make on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And seeing no requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. And thank you, Mr. Baba, for your report. We will now move on to agenda item 19B, Controlled Substance Utilization Review and Evaluation System. I will ask Mr. Alvarez to present this agenda item.
Carlos Alvarez, Chief of Enforcement, and I'll be presenting the CURES report. Currently, right now, the dental board has 34,877 active licensed dentists. And as far as licensees who are registered with the CURES system, currently we have 16,294 licensees. That's 85 new licensees that have registered with CURES since my last report. The CURES usage. This is a combination between web application and information exchange web services. So information exchange web services is licensees who have more than one office and where the licensees are logging on to the same logon credentials. So currently right now with the usage, the search statistics for January of 2021 was 15,225. February of 2021, 15,878. And for March 2021, that was 16,322. So the times the system was accessed from January 2021 was 3,734. February 2021, 3,656. And March 2021 was 4,407. Then licensees who've used the help desk, and this is phone and also via email. So for January 2021 was 241 times. February was 162 times, and March was 127 times. Then as we go to page 3 of the report, this is a report for the prescriptions that were filled from January through March of 2021, and that's schedules 2 through 5. And now this is numbers from all licensees within the state. So this is not just dental licensees who are, who issued prescriptions for schedules 2 through 5. So if anybody has any questions, those are the total numbers for the schedules.
Okay, board member comments. The first one I saw up was Dr. Loren.
Hello, Jorge. Thanks for being here and reporting back. I did have a question about the e-scripts. The e-scripts, how's that working out? And are those automatically reported to CURES? I mean, this question might have come up before, but I don't remember. But and can you do an e-script with a controlled substance?
For e-scripts, yes. For controlled substance, you can write. I believe I have to go back and check. And before I answer, for e-scripts, I want to say it was for Schedule 5, but I have to go back and research that, and I apologize.
And how is the e-script? Is that working? Are people using? Are dentists using that quite a bit now? Is it more and more, or is not being utilized? Do you know?
That part I don't know because the report that comes from Department of Justice doesn't reflect the numbers that they're getting, e-scripts via prescriptions, like paper form. We don't have those statistics, and I apologize for that.
And did you say that you don't know if the e-script is reported automatically to the Cures database? Do you know that?
E-script should be reported to the Cures database, but like I said, I could get more information for me to say for sure, give you a definite answer.
Automatically. Okay. Thank you very much, Carlos.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Loren. If you could please lower your hand. And Dr. Chan.
Hi, Carlos. The question that I have is that the Cures program is still gathering data, a database, but the registration requirements are not based on the dispensing, prescribing, or administering, but just possession of the DEA certificate. This is a report on the incoming reports, but we don't have, or is it relevant? Maybe reframe this. Is it relevant to see whether the discontinuing or retiring of the DEA certificate is pertinent to this data, or retiring from the Cures system? And as a preface, you had to help me to learn how to retire a DEA number, as well as retiring from the Cures system itself. Is that a relevant piece of data that we could use in looking at the entire picture, not just the incoming, but maybe if it's not used anymore?
Yeah. So as you know, Cures is overseen by Department of Justice. And so they're the ones who gather all the information. All the information goes to the Department of Justice. So something there like what you're requesting would have to be like a meeting that we have with DCA and Department of Justice to look into that.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. And if you could please lower your hand. And Dr. Felsenfeld.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Alvarez. Thank you. Last time you presented this data, or some point in the past when you presented this data, I asked you about the number of prescriptions filled. And I looked at the numbers. I said, wow, is this for the entire state, for all people that can write prescriptions? And you indicated, yes, that was. And you hinted at that or said that today as well. Now I'm going to go backwards. Do we have any data like this on dentists?
Yes, we do. So if, and I want to go back to our data. You know what, I help desk. No, I'm sorry, it's not broken down as far as licensees for individually writing prescriptions for schedules 2 through 5, and I apologize. Those numbers are not provided.
That we can't get that from Cures is what you're telling me. I would like to see if our dentists are beginning to get away from writing heavy Schedule 2 drugs. That's the trending I'd like to see. But we don't. There's no way they can give us that data.
Correct. They don't provide that data to us, so
Okay.
we can do it in our next meeting. If we have a meeting with, again, Department of Consumer Affairs, along with Department of Justice, I could ask that question.
I think that would be very helpful for our licensees, because what physicians are writing or veterinarians are writing or anyone else is writing, not so important. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Felsenfeld. And if you could please lower your hand. Thank you. You're quick. Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If any of our public attendees would like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And seeing no requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. And thank you, Mr. Alvarez, for your report. We will now move on to agenda item 20A, Western Regional Examination Board Report. I will ask Dr. Bruce Horn, Director of the REB, to provide the report on this agenda item.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I assume all of you can hear me clearly. Thank you, President Pacheco, on your new role. Congratulations. I want to give a REB update on the current simulation exam that we provide for you as a pathway for initial licensure. And then also, finally, I want to give time to a colleague to present some information for considerations about the non-clinical examination under consideration and issues that have been brought to bear. Can you advance to the next slide for me, please? Thank you. And one more. Next slide, please. The 5 sections that are listed before are similar to what we have done in the past. You know that since COVID, we have changed some clinical performance with patients to simulations, and I'll move to that here in a minute. We provide and still do the comprehensive treatment planning examination. We refer to that as an authentic simulation clinical exam that includes the items listed in the bullet points there. I'm not going to read them. We do believe that CPT reveals not only what candidates know, but how they think about things. It's their cognitive approach to treatment planning with all the considerations they're given to use in their detailing of that. For instance, next slide, please. They get 3 cases of varying complexity. One of the cases is always a pediatric case. They are given a bevy of information from which they can elicit what they need to know for a specific question or treatment plan. They can key in on periodontal charting, assessment of all the patient's records, including health histories, and intraoral photographs, and also social histories. Following that, they're to create and submit treatment plans. They're doing this from a blank screen. They're keyboarding in information related to the treatment plan they would design for this patient, giving the set of circumstances and the records that they're looking at. They will also complete constructed responses to questions and perform tasks related to each case. This is an essay examination. This is not a multiple choice exam. It is not a selected response test. It is a constructed response test, meaning that they must construct their answers. This is scored by calibrated examiners that are anonymous and independent. They're gathered periodically to score batches of these tests results provided by the candidate. This test is given at a Prometric center. They have sufficient time with tutorials beforehand and breaks and so forth, as is the custom with most of the Prometric centers. Next slide, please. Of the tasks that they're asked to perform on these cases, at least one case, if not 2 cases, of the adult variety and maybe the pediatric case will require that they list the details about which a pharmacy prescription will be made. They must dispense appropriately. The SIG must be clear, and they must certainly indicate no refill on a narcotic prescription, Schedule 2 and Schedule 3. These candidates are also required, at least in one of the cases, the more difficult of the 2 adult cases, to design either a fixed partial denture or removable partial denture. They are given a blank form, a dental laboratory form, onto which they're to list, for instance, for an RPD, major connectors, minor connectors, guide planes, and whether it's a survey crown, and to design that survey crown appropriately to hold that major connector. For fixed partial dentures, they're required to describe ponic design, whether that's ridge lap or otherwise, however they're taught to do that. They're just describe abutment by tooth number, material to be used, and shade and so forth. So it's as authentic as we can provide to them in a blank form for them to fill that in appropriately. And this is scored again by calibrated grading examiners according to a bulleted rubric into which the candidate must certainly apply at least 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 5 items that would constitute a satisfactory answer. Next slide, please. The case questions requiring the constructed response will include pediatric dosage of local anesthetic, the administration of which must be within guidelines of the American Pediatric Association. If not, the candidates can fail the comprehensive treatment planning examination by critical error for overprescribing to a pediatric patient. Antibiotic premedication must be appropriate as well. Now, the candidates have a health history that's detailed that they must read and scrutinize ahead of time. That health history may indicate a past anaphylactic or near anaphylactic reaction to a antibiotic that had been prescribed by a practitioner in the past, whether that be allopathic or a dental practitioner. If so, and the constructed case question requires them to prescribe an antibiotic. Doing so with, let's say, if the allergy is to penicillin, penicillin or its relatives would constitute a critical error. They would be required to retake the comprehensive treatment plan section again. We also include implant considerations. There's endodontic diagnosis, whether retreatment is indicated. There's periodontal reevaluation decisions, and also acute treatment scenarios and ethical issues related to treatment of patients. Next slide, please. Non-patient examinations. This has changed everything for better, worse, or indifferent. I like to think for the better. Examinations now have moved through to be more standardized, more streamlined, less weighty on care for patients that is, we think, being performed very well in the dental schools. There are still some states around the country that are going to require that a patient-based component be included in the initial application for dentistry for their states, but Wyoming comes to mind, and a few others that I'll have to remember. Next slide, please. Social distancing is part of what our examination implementation and administration includes. It's schools where there are many candidates. The number of sections that we have at a time certainly are limited by social distancing and our ability to move candidates safely through these quarters with the distancing that's required and the PPE that we require them to have. Next slide, please. Prosthodontics. This has not changed. It requires the preparation of an anterior abutment, a posterior abutment, and also the preparation of an anterior central incisor for a ceramic or aesthetic crown. Next slide, please. The simulated patient treatment is with universal precautions. We want the candidates to have certainly their patients in a normal head position and vertical dimension. For the 3-unit bridge, the candidates can select, if you will, the intended restoration materials. So when they get when their check sheet is finalized by the floor examiner to proceed, the candidate is going to tell us whether the preparation design will be a full ceramic crown, porcelain fused to metal, or an all ceramic crown, including lithium disilicate. And we have the grading criteria embedded in that published criteria that's in the candidate guide to score appropriately both the axial reduction and the occlusal reduction for the type of crown the candidate may intend to place on that tooth virtually. Next slide, please. You can see pictures of the anterior crown. We incorporate a mannequin that uses the soft gummy tissue. We have criteria that allows us to score candidates' ability to be gentle with the tissue to protect it, not cause lacerations, not prepare margins below the gingival crest. You can see on the right side there, our indicator for reduction is a PVC sectional matrix that we ask the candidates to make and we approve before their start check. This allows not only the candidates, but also the grading examiners to place this matrix sagitally cut on the prepared tooth and make measurements that correlate exactly to the criteria about which the candidates have prepared their preparation successfully. Next slide. Endodontics is a simulation. We use universal precautions. All treatment must be done under a rubber dam. The teeth that we use for this are copyrighted, and they are rib teeth, if you will. They're 3D printed replicas of actual human teeth, scanning both the internal and external anatomy. This is not a plastic tooth with a translucent root. We also require that the candidates provide to us postoperative radiographs, just like they would in their offices, just like the State Dental Board might review for licensees that may be at risk for continued endodontic treatment. The candidates receive a mounted arch, a sextant with 2 millimeter sphere for their gauge in looking at if they want to infer the 2 millimeters to their apical treatment. They're given preoperative radiographs, both in the buccolingual and mesial distal views, and certainly a worksheet. Next slide, please. This shows the patient, if you will, that the candidate will receive on check-in, and the sextants are available there. You can see that the preoperative radiographs, both for the anterior and the posterior tooth, reflect the tooth they're treating. The little moon in the lower left is the 2 millimeter sphere. They can certainly use that to determine their approach to the apex, although most candidates now at schools that have digital radiography, which is almost most everyone except for one that we examine at, use image analysis tools, and the candidates will shoot an image and use that measurement tool to confirm that. Next slide, please. Again, our scoring is by radiographic analysis. So on an anterior tooth, the candidate will provide to us a postoperative image, both in the anterior, mesial and distal view and the buccolingual view. We have the opportunity with both of these views to see their handiwork in de-roofing completely, whether they've removed excess tooth or whether it's appropriate to the criteria that's published. Next slide, please. On the molar tooth, the posterior tooth, we require them to read the pre-printed radiograph that we provide for them. That gives them an indication of their initial access. We ask them to extirpate the pulp and identify all the canal orifices. We ask them to do that in a way where the grading examiners, and this is by printed criteria, have straight line access to be able to instrument those canals should that be necessary. But they're not required to do that. Next slide, please. Our perio simulation is something that's new to all of us, new to all the examining agencies, new to the manufacturer, and I think it's evolving. Next slide. We have the opportunity with vendors to provide calculus placement on teeth that have both deposit size, deposit character, and deposit color. This color swatch here are not the only colors that are available to us, but something we considered in our initial excursion into having artificial calculus placed on plastic teeth. Next slide, please. I've retracted with a cement spatula here the soft tissue on the model, again, that we use for periodontal treatment. We have criteria that reflects the candidate's ability to maintain the integrity of the tissue, not cause lacerations, not detach papilla, and all the things that we have in our criteria for initial phase therapy, root plane and scale on patient treatment for years. So I've retracted here the ability to see the usual calculus placements at the DEJ. Next slide. In this one, I've removed all of the teeth. I've placed them on a wax block, and it gives you the opportunity to see, for instance, the placement of lingual calculus in the lingual furcal area, the distal calculus, the mesial concavity calculus in teeth that are susceptible for it to congregate there and so forth. So here's where we are. This is pretty much the state of the art, but it is evolving, and it'll change. And I think it will become more realistic, but we're certainly at a point where we're satisfying at least state board requirements for a periodontal component if they require that by this exercise. Next slide, please. Operative. It's a 3.5-hour section on operative. They must perform their operative treatment under a rubber dam. They're required to do a class 2 on a specified tooth. In this case, it's number 14. It's amalgam or composite. We require them to have an internal form in they cannot do a slot design. Their internal form must include a pulpal floor, and they also must completely, if they want to be successful, look at, interpret, and diagnose the radiograph that we provide for them. Their final restoration can be composite or alloy, and of course the class 3 will be composite. Next slide, please. Candidates are required to look at the radiographs that we provide to them. I hope it comes up clearly on your monitors that tooth number 9 has distal decay through the DEJ and a little bit of a blossom inside that as well. On the bite wing radiograph that we provide to them, candidates at this point in their development should certainly be able to see without cavitation on the distal pit that there is distal pit decay. And failure to treat that distal pit results in failure of the operative section, caries remaining just like it would in the normal criteria. I say normal, the previous criteria that we've always used with patient care. The mesial lesion is well outlined there, and there should be no question in the candidate's mind as to what tooth and what surface they should be treating. Next slide, please. A slide of the anterior tooth. This is pretty standard. You can see the mesial of that anterior tooth has some discoloration. The candidate won't see this. I show this for board purposes. That tooth will be secured in the arch. The far right photograph actually shows a pulp exposure by a candidate that failed to stop when no more disease was present for them to remove or get a modification request to do so. Next slide, please. I show this slide because on the left, it shows the area of decay, simulated decay that we have designed into the axial wall. That decay travels along the axial wall to the axial pulpal line angles. That decay occurs about 1.5 to 2 millimeters measured mesial distally on the gingival floor. I'm speaking of the depth of the axial wall, 1.5 to 2 millimeters. Candidates will encounter soft, sticky, penetrable base to the perpendicular jaw of the explorer in this area, and should appropriately, if they've read the candidate guide and understand the criteria, should stop, recognize the disease as they would in a patient before COVID, and follow through with appropriate modification requests detailing not only where it is, how far they want to go, and the nature of the material they want to remove, whether it be affected dentin or caries. On the right image is this same tooth with its disease having been removed. You can see from the periodontal probe there, we're almost at 3 millimeters to the cavo-surface margin. If you were able to have an explorer with you right now and you were to explore that cavity preparation, you would not find anything that would have tug back. All caries have been removed, and that's been done hopefully with modification requests by the candidate. Should they do this on their own without a modification request and we have no record, no reason, no rationale for them to extend their preparation axial wall about 3 millimeters, they would be scored accordingly. Next slide. I show this to demonstrate the fact that we include pulp chamber in these teeth. We have had some pulp exposures. It is unlikely if a candidate follows the details in the candidate guide. Candidates have sufficient access to these teeth to practice on. They don't have access to the exact reb tooth that we provide for testing. That's for state board security. But they do have access to these teeth, the hardness, the decay-like substance, and approach to the pulp chamber. You can see in the bottom photograph that has the gingiva in its that's lit up there, there's a distal preparation as well. That distal preparation removes the decay that the candidate should have evaluated on the radiograph, and can or cannot be contiguous with the MO preparation. That is up to them and how they're trained. Next slide, please. Their final restorations, again, I mentioned can be alloy, they can be composite. Their final restorations are performed on standardized teeth. These preparations are prepared and the candidates are given prepared teeth. They turn in their preparation teeth to us for scoring, and that is scored either on site or remotely, depending on the state of the pandemic, local rules at health science centers, how many examiners were allowed at the site, and so forth. So we are prepared to do that either on site or remotely as needed. Next slide. I want to turn the final slides over to Dr. Sharon Osborne-Popp. She is our psychometrician at REB. And as I mentioned, we wanted to close with some considerations about the non-clinical examination that have been brought to bear. If I might for a minute, I'd like to say that I've had a lot of experience in testing over the years. I have been past chair of the Joint Commission, and I also spent 9 years on the committee that integrated National Board Part 1 and Part 2 to its fruition as you know it now. I do know from years, and I respect Dr. Waldschmidt immensely, and I personally like him. It behooves me to find that we're in a position here where the American Dental Association many years ago decided that we were going to have a National Board Part 1, that was going to be basic sciences, and National Board Part 2, which was going to be the dental sciences. And actually, in a 1929 document, they had included their desire, that is American Dental Association, to have National Board Part 3. And Part 3 was a clinical demonstration of skills, at that time, certainly on patients. About 1935 or so, and I'm quoting a paper from Dr. Newman and also Dr. McNeil, past dean of the Connecticut Dental School. And in that, they stated that the states did not want the Part 3 to be turned over to the American Dental Association. The states almost universally wanted that decision to be made by them. I still think that's the case. I still think that it's a leap right now to go from where we are with simulation to another multiple choice exam. And I'm not belittling the DL-OSCE, but let's face it, this is a selected response examination. Sharon, let me turn the rest over to you, and thank you.
Thank you. Hi, this is, hopefully you can hear me. This is Sharon Osborne-Popp. I'm a psychometrician. I'd like to thank President Pacheco and the members of the board. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak with you today. Dr. Horn had originally asked me to at least talk about a couple of, take a couple of slides to talk about some early results, and then I will address some of the things that he was just speaking to as well. But I just wanted to give you some early results on our new simulation for 2021. I'm in the process of working on a technical report that will document all of our field testing and the things that happened in the fall in preparation, but wanted to just give you some early results. So based on the first 11 exams of the season, that's 690 examination attempts. This is the operative examination. 5 of those exams included patient-based attempts. However, the patient-based attempts comprised only 8.3% of those attempts. So that's kind of still a fairly small sample, but you can see on the right, those little dots are the average scores, and the lines above and below represent the upper and lower bound confidence interval, 95% confidence interval around those averages for patient and simulation. Patient's a little wider because it's a slightly smaller sample, or much smaller sample, excuse me, compared to the simulation. So early results, but so far no significant difference in the pass or fail outcome. I have details of the chi-square there. That N should be 690, not 571. I updated this from 9 exams to 11 exams. And then no significant difference in final score. And you see the results of the ANOVA there on the bottom. Just very quickly, as far as perio, the perio pass rate is 96.5%, which is actually a little bit on the low side, and the majority of those are simulation as well. So if anything, they are comparable, however, maybe perhaps a little bit more challenging, the simulation. Next slide, please. So just to follow up a little more on operative, because it is early in the season and there was not a lot of patient-based attempts to compare to, I'd like to show you the results of the 633 simulation attempts so far this year compared to our last full year of patient-based the patient-based attempts, which was 2019. So you can see here, each one of these symbols represents one of the grading criteria in operative. There's 3 for each preparation: outline and extension, internal form, operative environment, and then for the finished stage, anatomical form, margins, form, function, and damage. And each one of those symbols, the green one represents the simulation, and the blue represents the 2019 patient-based exam. That was over 2,000 attempts. And you can see that they are highly comparable. In fact, in some cases, it's hard to see the difference between the symbols. And the ones where you do see the slight difference, one is operative environment, which is weighted the least of all of the criteria. It's only worth 15% for each procedure that is performed. And then for anatomical form, you can also see there's a slight difference there. Those are significant differences, but the effect is extremely small. So they're still very comparable. So we're pleased so far that the simulation, at least in outcomes and results, even at the criterion level, is very comparable. Next slide, please. So I have a few slides now to talk about the ADA's claims. So while they've been promoting their OSCE, they've been presenting information that is misleading regarding the REB and the REB dental examination and clinical examinations in general. So many of you watched the presentation on the OSCE at the examination committee meeting yesterday afternoon. They presented for over an hour. Much of that time was used to disparage clinical examinations. In addition to anecdotes and sweeping generalizations about several issues, for which we would be happy to return and to discuss with you in depth, I do want to take just a handful of slides to refute what they cite as a lack of evidence for the validity of clinical examinations. Excuse me. First of all, if the REB examination was not able to consistently provide evidence of validity, reliability, fairness, and defensibility, it would not have been and continue to be accepted as a pathway for licensure. In addition to regular independent psychometric audits of our examinations that REB commissions, the California Office of Professional Examination Services regularly conducts completely independent, comprehensive psychometric reviews of our examination. And I believe that California conducts the most rigorous reviews of any state. Next slide, please. So one of the things that they presented many slides that showed correlations from studies that they cite. 2 of them specifically talked about REB, so those are the ones I would like to talk about. All of the studies that they cited had small samples, 37 to 41 candidates. In fact, one of them even stated that that the sample was from only one school. The other variables in these correlations are highly questionable: faculty ratings, GPA, test case scores. One of the issues with faculty ratings and test case scores is it one faculty member who is scoring or rating? Is it 2? Is it more than that? Are they calibrated? What are the criteria that are being used? Is it appropriate to even be comparing these measures? And GPA, we know, is a very different animal than performance on a clinical exam. So that in and of itself is questionable. I think more concerning is the methods. There were no reliabilities cited for any of the measures in these correlations. Also, no indication of the distribution of we know that these are, criterion referenced tests, the clinical examination is, as well as the, competency exams that are in the schools. Most people do very well. So these are highly skewed distributions. And there was no indication of any statistical transformations undergone in doing these correlations. They also used pass-fail. One of these studies used pass-fail. So there was 41 REB results, 38 were passing and 3 were failing. That is what they used to correlate to the other measures. And none of these were published in a testing or measurement journal, which they wouldn't have been based on the methods that were used. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just talk about validity for a minute. Validity is a concept that includes many, many different facets and aspects that for which evidence should be provided. And really the big question is, does an exam accomplish the intended purpose in a reliable and defensible manner? So I want to talk a little bit about reliability, but I also want to focus on construct representation, which is really important to high stakes licensure examinations. And some of the things that fall under construct representation are fidelity to the practice that is under measurement and sampling the domain of measurement, sampling the content appropriately and comprehensively. Also, I'd just like to talk a little bit about our purpose and whether or not we're achieving that. And our purpose is to provide independent evidence of competency to practice in the dental profession. And we do that on behalf of state boards to protect the public. Next slide, please. So first, just quickly on reliability. These are internal consistency coefficients, Cronbach's alpha, that are computed for the DL OSCE as reported in their report. And for 4 of our 5 examinations that comprise the REB dental examination. I'll talk about perio in a minute, which is not included there. The internal consistency coefficient is an estimate of stability reliability that has to do with the intercorrelations of all the different things that are being measured within that particular exam. So as a general rule, the more things that are measured, the higher that number will be, as long as they're being measured in an appropriate and high quality way. But there's some factors that can attenuate that reliability. So it's often a lower bound, these numbers. And some of those are skewed results, particularly when you have a lot of well-prepared candidates, as we do in the dental profession, as we would expect, because people aren't even allowed to take the exam until they have, reached that point where their school allows them to do that. And a fewer graded elements. So, for example, the endodontics exam, you can see that the reliabilities are a little bit lower, 0.78 and 0.79, than what they used to be, which was about 0.81 a few years ago when we were still scoring 4 different elements instead of 3 elements on the endodontics exam. We stopped scoring the obturation of the posterior canal in 2018. So that we knew that the reliability was going to go down a little bit, just a little. So I just wanted to point out that the OSCE has 150 items and its reliability is 0.80. That's not horrible. It's not as high as you might expect for a selected response exam, but that could be, again, due to the fact that the results may be skewed and perhaps because in addition to regular multiple choice questions, I believe they have like multiple choice questions. These are not really known for contributing to reliability. But I would like to point out that all of the exams on the REB dental exam are examiner graded. And generally rater-based assessments don't have as high reliability as selected response assessments. But you can see here that most of our exams have pretty high reliabilities. I would like to just, thank our examiners for participating in what REB has made into a very rigorous training and calibration program, and they do a really good job. So we have excellent examiners who are in very high agreement, and you can see that in these numbers. The one I don't show here is the periodontics exam. The periodontics exam is a little bit different because it is an error, no error exam, where about 85% of the candidates actually get perfect scores because they don't commit errors. It is so highly skewed that these numbers, it almost doesn't make sense to report it, but I always do report it in technical reports. And they can actually be as high as 0.4 and 0.5, which sometimes, for something like that is considered high. But we have other ways of looking at stability and reliability as well. So next slide, please. So I want to talk just briefly about construct representation. The presentation yesterday seemed to reduce the cognitive motor skill evaluation to hand skills, that really all you need is the judgment and the knowledge, and that the hand skills will follow. Well, dental practice actually requires a complex interplay of clinical knowledge, judgment, and physical skill. I would say just like driving a car. And as far as I know, all states require both a written test and a behind the wheel test. I think there's a reason for that, because obviously those are different skills, even though they're highly related. Next slide, please. I would like to talk also about what some really important people in my field and the field of measurement and testing over the years have said about construct underrepresentation and the threat that it poses to validity. So Samuel Messick said in 1989, when a test is too narrow and fails to include important dimensions or facets of the construct, that is what we call construct underrepresentation. So we're leaving out an important aspect of the thing that we want to draw inferences from on our assessment results. And then Michael Kane in 2006 said, test preparation will focus on the formats included in the test in preference to activities not included in the test. The higher the stakes, the more likely it is that the surrogate measures will displace the performances of interest. So what he means by that is that if you're not testing something, it is less likely to be prepared for, it is less likely to be taught. That doesn't mean in all cases, but in general and over time, that is what happens. So if there is, at my example of driving, if there's a written test and a behind the wheel test, and we suddenly say, well, everybody can drive just fine, let's take away that behind the wheel test and just use the written test. Eventually, people will prepare for the written test without preparing for the behind the wheel test, and you're going to have issues that are going to play out with the demonstration of actual behavior. Next slide, please.
Dr. Pop, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Karen Fisher. This is Karen Fisher, the executive officer. Unfortunately, we did not realize that you were going to essentially provide a presentation to essentially respond to the comments made yesterday by the Commission on Dental Examinations. And so this discussion probably is more appropriate when the full board takes up the issue. So at this point, I'd like you just to conclude your remarks, and I'll advise board members that any discussion about comparing the REB to the DLS OSCE is probably best suited for the future board meeting when all this information can be presented to the board and to the stakeholders so that we can afford everybody the opportunity to respond. So Dr. Pop, if you can conclude your comments at this point, it would be very much appreciated.
Thank you. No, I totally understand. We just felt, I mean, you may hear the passion in my voice. We just feel very strongly that we would like to have a chance to basically tell our side. I'm actually about to wrap up. So the last thing I was going to say is that a small but significant number of candidates don't pass the REB even after multiple attempts and remediation. So the vast majority of people who get out of dental school and are ready to take the exam are very well prepared and are likely to pass. Some who do not pass very quickly upon retake. It's the people who continue to fail. These are the people that we are screening out that they fail to demonstrate even the basic minimal competence on the exam, over time, and sometimes after multiple remediations that are required. And these findings are consistent with research that shows that, again, the likelihood that a really competent candidate would be misclassified after 3 or higher retakes becomes very low and decreases with the number of retakes. And just one picture, and then I'm done. Last slide, please. And just a visual to show you the pass rate by attempt number, first attempt and second attempt. Again, the most people are passing on their first, or if not on their second, and about 3% of people are represented in attempt 3, 4, and 5 there. And the much higher attempts, again, we're getting into under 1% of the people. But you can see that the likelihood that somebody who is not competent, they're just taking the exam over and over again, is not going to get them passed. And that's all I have to say for now, and I hope we can come back and say a lot more. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Are there any board member comments? Dr. Chan?
Thank you. This is Dr. Chan. This is a question for Dr. Horn. I acknowledge having a piece of the REB describing pediatrics. What is the age of pediatrics based on the exam?
Dr. Chan, we include pediatric cases in both mixed dentition and full primary dentition. It includes the assessment of certainly caries by photograph. We also detail in the patient history, we have a box including clinical notes. And in those clinical notes, we might describe a primary tooth as having a soft, sticky, penetrable base that candidates should know that's a definition of caries, needs to be treated. The radiographs are also bite wing and pano. If the treatment plan includes extraction, we want the candidate to tell us whether that space needs to be maintained, and if so, with what. Does that help?
Absolutely, it does. I'm also acknowledging the portion of the didactic or the written about the prescription for pediatrics, and then the dose and administration for pediatrics. And the context is that we've had disciplinary cases that called to question the dose and administration of even local anesthetic in children. The next question is about the simulation. Realizing, well, first of all, the engineering behind the simulations have come a long way, and thank you for that presentation. But the question of the simulation calls into question, there are maybe broader anatomic parameters in adults' teeth, as well as the anatomy in a child under 10 versus an adult. And yet, and I understand the context and the reasoning behind testing using adult parameters. Can there be a correlation or extrapolation of performance on operative on an adult tooth and parameters, anatomic parameters, with pediatrics?
That's a great question, and I say that because this has come up in years past when we were examining candidates' patients, and there was discussion about pediatrics. Is that just strictly the domain of the postgraduate students? Should the pre-doctoral, the candidates, also demonstrate that skill set? For all the medical legal reasons that you can imagine, we never really could get to the point where we had a display of clinical skills with the pediatric patient. Well, now, like you state, the simulations have really are evolving. I mean, every 6 months we have companies that are evolving new kinds of enamel, dentin, monomers and polymers that just are almost identical to the teeth that we treat in our practices. We may also, and you may ask for this, and I certainly will look into it because of your question, the pediatric dentition in simulated form certainly can be embedded with caries. We can have pulpotomy, stainless steel crown, space maintainer. That can be done in simulations now, since we don't need the parents' consent to have their children treated, under a examination administration.
Thank you. The context comes where in California, we don't have a specialty license. The general dental license enables, to treat anyone. And yet in California, we have over 9 million kids. So that's where the question comes into play.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If anyone would like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to all panelists. Our first comment comes from David Waldschmidt. David, your line is open. You will have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate again this opportunity to talk, and particularly around the comments around the presentations that Dr. Sanders Carson and I provided yesterday. And I'll also begin by echoing some of Dr. Horn's comments regarding the, sorry, I've got an alarm going off here. The comments concerning positive sentiments involving myself and Dr. Horn. I also consider Dr. Horn a friend, and I expressed my initial hesitations when I was first asked to pursue this program yesterday. But then, of course, as I indicated, that perspective changed when I did take a look at that peer-reviewed, published research. The Dulosky, and also to address some of the statements, Dulosky is an extended multiple choice exam. It's designed to mirror a practice with high fidelity. So there's many response options with partial scoring, etc., partial credit scoring. The evidence that I shared is peer-reviewed, published evidence, and I presented a sampling of that information. And the conclusions that we reached in terms of the validity of the examinations are shared by others. That was a quote I provided from Dr. Stephen Friedrichsen from Western University of Health Sciences, who indicated that there was no peer-reviewed evidence to support that the existing clinical examinations truly protect the public. With regard to disparaging anecdotes that were offered, and I share the previous presenter's comments regarding that too. I do not like to see the anecdotes. I think probably what was referred to was information from a University of Iowa professor and presenting failure rates on the REB.
30 seconds.
And basically, we had heard concern from REB about those, and gave REB the opportunity to indicate what was problematic with that presentation. And we didn't really hear anything that disputed the core statements that individuals were failing the exam, and then without remediation, 100% passed on that second administration. So it appeared to be failing at random. That is what they saw. And we didn't hear from REB anything that really disputed that core outcome. But again, I'm not seeking to cast aspersions here. I think these are good people. I'm not saying anything with regard to that. We're really just focused on the evidence and trying to protect the public, and that's why we move forward with this exam. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other public comments, I'd like to thank Dr. Horn for his presentation. We will now move on to agenda item 20B, American Board of Dental Examiners Report. I will ask Dr. Guy Champagne, Vice President of the ADEX, and Dr. William Pappas, Past President of the ADEX, to provide the report on this agenda item. And then just to let you know that we will be breaking for lunch after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pacheco, Executive Officer Fisher, board members and staff. This is William Pappas. I'm currently the president of ADEX, and my co-presenter, Dr. Guy Champagne. I know many of you probably know him, but you may not know his background. Dr. Champagne was a practicing oral surgeon, a former president of the Maryland Dental Board, a former executive director of the Maryland Dental Board, a past chair of the Joint Commission on National Dental Exams, a past president of the American Association of Dental Boards, a past president of ADEX, and a past president of NERB, which is now CDCA. He is also the visionary behind the Compidont Tooth, which has been evolutionary in dental licensure. Could I see the slides, please? Thank you. You can advance to the next slide. Thank you. You've seen this slide before. The DSC OSCE is one component of a comprehensive examination series. With the introduction of the Compidont, which was developed beginning 3 years before the pandemic, the concerns about patient-based exams are erased, and now only 2 states currently require some form of patient involvement in the licensure process. The DSC OSCE has evolved, as you will see, over 50 years in use by CDCA and now ADEX. Next slide, please. I don't need to explain to you at this point what an OSCE is. What I can tell you what it isn't. Knowledge and judgment, while critical to dental practice, do not translate to psychomotor performance. Next slide, please. This is just one study that indicates there's no significant correlation between knowledge alone and clinical performance. Next slide, please. The DSC OSCE has its beginnings back in 1969 with the first NERB exam. Even then, it was recognized that the licensure process needed to be comprehensive with both a performance-based exam and a didactic portion to address areas not covered in the clinical portion. Next slide, please. A dedicated periodontal portion was added in 1992, which predated ADEX. In 1997, the dental OSCE was further refined and renamed the DSCE, and the dental hygiene OSCE also continued to be refined and was renamed the CSCE. Next slide, please. These exams were first offered at computerized centers, at that time Sylvan, now Prometric, in 1998 and in 2006. The DSE was renamed the DSE and given under the 8X banner. I'd now like to turn the presentation over to Dr. Champagne.
Okay, if we could go to the next slide, please. As Dr. Pappas mentioned, ADEX has always understood that an OSCE is a vital component of any licensure exam. You have to be able to test judgment, diagnosis, treatment planning, medical considerations, et cetera. And no one patient treatment on any exam will offer the variability that needs to be addressed. I will say that the ADA, at least in 2000, didn't agree with that. They funded this independent study by Knapp and Associates. The assumption was that the OSCE we were giving was duplicative of the national boards. That independent group found that it wasn't. It was applied treatment planning, applied principles. And it's good to see that we're all in consensus with that now, actually. Next slide. So further evolvement of the computerized exam continued. And part of the showing of these slides is to show the complexity it takes to evolve an examination. So in 2013, after a complete psychometric review and analysis and a new occupational analysis, the exam was changed from 280 to 150 scored questions. Starting in 2016, complete overhaul of all the images used in the exam was done with feedback from candidates and additional technology to allow candidates to manipulate and enlarge images as they needed to. And in 2019, we began introducing the alternative item types that we now use in the examination. They had been beta tested. They were starting to roll in 2019. And that really is how the exam is comprised now. Next slide. So the alternative item types are critical because instead of a conventional multiple choice exam where there are 4 options and you pick the best option so that the knowledge you needed is supplied, it adds greater fidelity to how a dentist actually approaches a patient. So they don't come with 4 options pinned to their chest. So they have to understand the differential. They have to understand the universe of information that's going to come to them. And so they're considered higher fidelity. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about those examples, and as you'll see, they're more complex. But one of the things I do want to mention is as we do these exams every year, and as the technical report is analyzed every year, one of the things we do in analyzing the 5 sections of the examination is to make sure that each one is necessary. For example, are they identifying different cohorts? Does endodontics predict prosthodontics? Are restorative? If it would, we would not have to do both, even if the occupational analysis demonstrated both skills. There is an argument that if you don't test, education will weaken potentially in that area, but we still look at that. And what we have found is, in fact, that our OSCE, which is a major component of the exam, it tests everything on the occupational analysis that we do not do in a psychomotor exam. So it's applied pharmacology, applied anatomy, postoperative complications, diagnosis, treatment planning, etc. It does not predict, it is not correlated to the cohort that fails each section. Each of the sections that we include are important to come to that conclusion. And without that, we would not get the comprehensive picture we would need that a private practitioner or any practitioner in dentistry, the skills they would have to have. So one of the types of alternative item types that we use are hotspot questions. Now, what you're going to see as examples are not examples of the questions. They're just to illustrate the type of question. But you could be given a radiograph or multiple radiographs, and for example, and asked to identify the areas of caries. Nothing would helping you. You would be using your cursor. You would have to mark caries. If you marked areas that were not caries,
that would count against you. If you marked areas with carries, of course, that would be the correct responses, but the number of correct responses is unknown to the candidate. The diagnosis is made independently. It could be periodontal issues. It could be pathology issues. It might be a clinical picture of a patient's mouth, but hotspot areas allow us to ask for the candidate to be able to demonstrate their ability to identify areas. Next slide. Another one is drag and drop, and you'll see these are present and not present. They can ask about a multiple areas of issues. This happens to be a periodontal type of question, but this is not one question. If you look at it, it's really 12 questions. So you're asked about every condition there. You have to know if it's present or not present anywhere in this, for example, anywhere in this radiograph. And the scoring is complex because you can get correct and incorrect answers, and all 12 items have to be identified. You can't just pick the best item. You have to pick which is there, which is not. Next slide. This is an extended match. This is really a very good way, especially in areas where there is lots of options in diagnosis and treatment planning, or in a differential diagnosis. And this might be the selection of potential issues in a periodontal evaluation, and you have to put what is there. There are critically right answers. There are critically wrong answers. There are partially correct and partially wrong answers. So the scoring rubric becomes complex. It's a similar type of OSCE question that the Canadian OSCE uses commonly in their stations. And the value of all these alternative item types is you can establish a template for the question and the differential and the subject areas you want to test, and you can change the question totally by just changing the image. You don't have to change. So once we refine the question, and by the way, we beta test about 15 of these questions on each form of our exam, and it averages about 4 to 5 years to refine a single question to the point that we can use it. But this is an example of an extended match. Next slide. This is another type of slide where we can ask cause and effect type of relationships. This is obviously a endodontic type of question, but this type of extended match, and you can see the varieties of scoring options that are in the background. Again, these are just examples. These are not actual questions. It's really meant to illustrate the type of questions because they are really not multiple choice any longer. Next slide. And finally, there is fill in the blank or an elicited response. And so we, in our exam, we have 6 questions, 6 cases, excuse me, complex cases, and 7 prescription writing questions. All the prescription writing questions are these elicited response where you fill in the blank. It might be writing a prescription for a medication. It might be writing a treatment planning prescription. It might be we can use it for a variety of cases where we provide nothing. We just ask the candidate to go ahead and complete their prescription or whatever the question is asking. On the 6 cases that are the complex complete patient cases, the candidate has to ask for the records that they want. So they have to ask for photographs, ask for models, ask for the medical history, ask for the charting. They have to know what's necessary to be able to come up with that answer. Next slide. And this just, again, is just a further explanation of the same thing. The next slide. If there is one. Nope. Okay. The ADEX OSCE, just to clarify so that you know, is given every day at Prometric year round. It is not seasonal like the ADA OSCE. You can take it every day. Prometric is there. It's available in 49 states. Puerto Rico, Jamaica, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Canada. And that really ends our presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have about the OSCE
Thank
or any
you.
other part of the ADEX exam.
Thank you. Are there any board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. Our first comment comes from David Waldschmidt. David, your line is open. You will have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate another opportunity here to speak before the board on the merit of the dental licensure objectives for the examination. One of the first things I would like to say, and back to the prior presentation as well, is that continued use of an examination is not evidence of that examination's effectiveness. In a very short period of time that the Dulosky has been available, I shared with you, I think, highly compelling evidence that supports the use of this examination, whereas the other relationships involving existing clinical examinations, when we looked at some of those correlations, they hovered around 0. And again, that was a sampling of studies. When you look at the performance of the Dulosky, and it was mentioned in this prior presentation, that judgment is not, it's not predictive of clinical performance, or that they can't predict hand skills or those kinds of things. Yet our exam correlated 0.57, correcting up to 0.70 with clinical performance in the 3rd year of dental school. And final year of dental school, we showed data that's indicated that the top and bottom 20% of candidates, in terms of their final clinical performance, there was a 1.28 standard deviation unit difference in performance, which is considered an extremely large difference in performance. The Dulosky does separate those who have the skills from those who don't, and we have the evidence to support that. And that, again, is with the first cycle of availability of our examination. We only get better from here. We have I'm really pleased and fortunate and humbled to have a really strong team of psychometricians and individuals with advanced degrees in related fields who really work very diligently and take the public into account in everything that we're doing to create strong, valid, and reliable exams that work very effectively. And we have technical advisors as well that have served us recently in 3 years. And I saw Michael Kane referenced. He was a technical advisor for us at one point. Spoke very positively about the work that the Department of Testing Services is doing. And again, this is the Joint Commission. This is the Joint Commission's exam. It keeps on coming up in presentations, Dr. Champagne.
Dr. Waldschmidt, your time has expired.
But this is the Joint Commission. Thank you.
And seeing no additional requests for comment, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. And I would like to thank Dr. Guy Champagne, Vice President of the ADEX. And I would like to apologize to Dr. William Pappas. I introduced you as past president and you introduced yourself as president. So my apology, and please accept the corrected title. We will now break for lunch and return back at 12:50. Thank you.
If you can hear me, Christy, you are muted.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
President Pacheco, I will begin the recording again, and then the floor is yours.
This meeting is being recorded.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your break. We will now move on to agenda item 21A, review of dental licensure and permit statistics. I'm going to ask Jessica Olney, manager of the anesthesia unit, to please report on this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco, and good afternoon, members of the board. Agenda item 21A is a review of the dental licensure and permit statistics for fiscal year 2021, or excuse me, 2020 to 2021, and also includes statistics for fiscal year 1819 and 1920. Beginning on page 176 of the meeting material, we begin with the breakdown of the licensure pathways, which is licensure by REB, licensure by residency, licensure by credential, licensure by portfolio, and licensure by ADEX. These reports include applications received, approved, licenses that have been issued, applications that have been canceled, withdrawn, or denied, and those are broken down by month and fiscal year. We move to page 179 of the meeting material. We have the dental law and ethics examination statistics, which are broken down by pathway. And those include the licensure by REB, licensure by residency, licensure by portfolio, and licensure by ADEX. By moving on to page 180 of the meeting material, we have the dental license and permit statistics for licenses that have been issued by pathway, and a total to date of the number of licenses that have been issued by each of those pathways. At the bottom of the page, we begin the tables, which include the statistics for the license and permits in California. And those are broken down by the different license and permit types. The dental license does include statistics on active, inactive, retired, reduced fee, disabled, delinquent, and canceled licenses. If we continue to page 183 of the meeting material, this includes a breakdown of the dentist and population in the state of California, and it breaks down the number of dentists per population by different counties. The last page, 185, gives you a breakdown of the different counties that have the highest population per dentist, which at this time is Yuba County, and this gives you the top 5, and also the counties with the lowest population per dentist, which begins with San Francisco. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Are there any board member comments? Please use the raised hand feature. And I see Dr. Chan's hand is up. Dr. Chan.
This is Dr. Chan. Is this the appropriate time to ask about the question of the portfolio exam, where it was mentioned in our strategic plan for 2017 to 2020? Is this appropriate to ask the question about where we are with that? Last time I was on the board, we were outreaching to the different schools in California. Where are we with that?
Thank you, Dr.
Chan. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chan, for that question. This part of the agenda actually is just talking about the licensing and permit statistics.
Okay.
I don't think that we're prepared to give a report on where we are with portfolio, but we'll certainly put that on an agenda for a future meeting.
Thank you.
Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And seeing none, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. And thank you, Ms. Olney, for your report. We'll now move on to agenda item 21B, general anesthesia and conscious sedation permit evaluation statistics. I'm going to ask Ms. Olney to continue reporting on this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. Beginning on page 186 of the meeting material, we begin with the memo for the general anesthesia conscious sedation permit evaluation statistics, which begin on page 187. The memo may look a little different this meeting. We will begin, reporting by fiscal year. So this includes fiscal year 2020-2021, ending with March of 2021. Page 187 begins with the statistics for the general anesthesia permit evaluation. Page 188 is the conscious sedation evaluation statistics. Page 189 is the medical general anesthesia evaluation statistics. And page 190 is a table of the current number of evaluators per region in California for the different permit types. If anyone has any questions or comments.
Are there any board member comments? Excuse me, please use the raised hand feature. Seeing none, are there any public comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. We've again opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the hosts. Our first request for comment comes from Dr. Witcher. Dr. Witcher, your line is open and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I understand that you're going to be reporting these numbers by fiscal year going forward. So basically, there was no report available beginning in April, but we would see that at the next meeting's report. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Dr. Witcher. This is Karen Fisher. I know it's kind of a hard issue to deal with, but the moderator has given the instructions that this is not an opportunity for you to ask questions of the board or staff. And I hate to call you on it, but we have to be consistent with everybody. So staff will respond to that comment after the meeting.
That's fine. I would just make the observation that we had statistics when the program was at the height of the pandemic during April, May, and June of 2021, yet we have no numbers at all for that same period here. And I know that you must have those numbers available because I'm one of your evaluators. And I know I have done evaluations, not that recently, but previously. So anyway, I guess the numbers will be forthcoming, and I'll just make that observation to explain that there aren't any entries for April, May, or June.
And seeing no additional requests for comment, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. And thank you, Ms. Olney, for your report. We will now move on to agenda item 22A, 2021 tentative legislative calendar. I will ask board member Fran Burton, chair of the Legislative and Regulations Committee, to facilitate the agenda items regarding legislation.
Hello, everyone. I want to make a couple of comments about 22A, the tentative legislative calendar. One, today is the last day for policy committees to meet prior to June 7th. And then the following week is the last day for fiscal committees to meet and report to the floor bills that were introduced in their house. And it's also the last day for fiscal committees to meet prior to June 7th. June 7th is when committee meetings resume. June 1st through the 4th are floor sessions only. So we're getting to the point where things are really starting to fall in place, and things that are going to move have to move at this time. Are there any board member comments on this item? And if there are, if you would use your raise hand feature. Okay, seeing none, are there any public comments? BCA moderator, please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is a moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please locate the Q&A icon on your screen and click on it. Type, "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the host. Our first comment comes from Ronald Haddis. Ronald, can I first remind you to lower your hand, and then your line is open and you will have 2 minutes.
Okay, I no longer see the hand at this point. All right. I am
Dr. Haddis, excuse me, Dr. Haddis, this is Karen Fisher. If you're going to be reporting on what we have discussed,
yes,
you're a little early. We need to actually open up that agenda item. You wanted to speak on AB 526, and we're not quite there yet. So if you'll
okay,
hold on.
you had previously told me item A would be when the public comment would be, so I apologize.
Well, and I think I explained to you that we take public comment after each item. So we're going to go through the legislation. AB 526 is up in just 1 minute. So if you'll just be patient, we will get back to you after we close out essentially the discussion on the legislative calendar.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I will close the panel, seeing no additional requests.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to move to item 22B, which is the discussion and possible action on pending legislation. And Karen Fisher, our executive officer, will present this item.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. We're going to start to discuss 7 bills that are in your agenda item. There are an additional 9 bills that we will not be discussing today unless a board member has done the research to provide arguments for the board to essentially pull it off the watch list and put it on the list for discussion. So initially, we'll start talking about the list of bills that are on page 196 of your meeting material, starting with AB 526, authored by Assemblymember Wood. This legislation, and I'm sorry, you can find the analysis on page 200 of your meeting materials and the actual text of the bill on page 230 of your meeting materials. Basically, this is the bill that would put into statute the dentist's ability to continue to order and administer vaccinations, whether it be flu vaccinations or COVID vaccinations, after the emergency is lifted. You'll recall that dentists are currently authorized under the waiver to order and administer the COVID vaccines. This bill would also essentially put the state law in line with the federal law to allow dentists to become laboratory directors, which in essence then allows them the ability to perform waived tests such as rapid point of care tests. The staff recommendation on this is support.
Excuse me for a minute. Moderator?
Yes.
The California Academy of Preventative Medicine is up on the screen.
Correct.
A little too early.
Okay.
This is going to come, yeah, this is going to come for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, so I concluded the report on AB 526, Ms. Burton, and the staff recommendation is to support.
Okay, I'm going to move a support, and then I'm going to ask for public comment.
It looks like Dr. Chan has his hand up.
Okay, Dr. Chan.
This is Dr. Chan. I'd like to provide a second support on that. And just a comment, I am in support of the concept. I happen to be on the mass vaccination team for my regional hospital, and realize that there's a lot of tracking and there's a lot of complexities to administer the vaccines, but that will come into fruition by looking at the regs themselves.
Thank you. Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none, is there public comment? Please use the raise hand function.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the host. And our first comment comes from Mr. Ronald Haddis. Ronald, your line is open and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am Dr. Ron Haddis, representing the California Academy of Preventive Medicine, California's Specialty Society for Public Health Physicians. Some of us oversee immunization programs and lab testing at the state and local levels. Dentists and numerous other health professionals have received emergency DCA waivers to provide only COVID vaccines. We warmly welcome our dental colleagues to join us as permanent immunization providers for COVID and influenza. We've reviewed AB 526, authored by dentist Jim Wood, sponsored by the CDA, and have proposed amendments for the benefit of California dentists and the public. 1, assure reimbursement from insurance for vaccine cost administration fees to benefit both dentists and patients by including in AB 526 an amendment to the insurance code. 2, spare busy, well-educated dentists from unneeded required continuing education hours, which could deter them from giving vaccines. Special courses should earn CE credit, but should be optional. 3, avoid the need for further legislation if dentists wish to give additional immunizations by allowing your board to determine which other vaccines are appropriate to dental practice in California. 4, encourage dentists to do COVID tests as already allowed by law and acknowledged on the CDA website without the license fees and 12 more hours of continuing education per year required to be lab directors. 5, practices essential to immunization should be listed in the bill. Use CDC vaccine information statements available online in multiple languages. Observe temperature, approved ages and dosages, and infection control requirements.
30 seconds.
Document immunization for home records and be prepared for occasional emergencies from immediate reactions. Thank you for permitting this public comment, and special thanks to Karen Fisher for her assistance.
Our next comment comes from Mary McCune. Mary, your line is open. You will have 2 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Burton and the board. Just wanted to say thank you for your proposed support position for the bill. At this time, we're not looking at taking any additional amendments around the specific proposed amendments that were just mentioned. And to respond to Dr. Chan's comment, we are actively working with both the immunization branch within CDPH and also conducting outreach to the third-party administrator, Blue Shield, regarding how to get some support resources and workflows for dentists who are interested in providing in-office vaccinations to address all of those intricacies. Thank you.
And seeing no further requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Okay, this bill has been moved and seconded. Board Secretary, please call the roll.
This is Board
And
Secretary. Go ahead, ma'am.
The motion is to support.
This is Board Secretary Felsenfeld. We are voting on a motion to support, take a support position on AB 526. Burton.
Burton, aye.
Burton, aye. Chan.
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Felsenfeld, aye. Lareen.
Lareen, aye.
Lareen, aye. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, yes.
Mackenzie, aye. Medina.
Medina, aye.
And Mr. Mendoza is still absent, I assume. Molina.
Molina, aye.
Molina, aye. Montel.
Montel, aye.
Montel, aye. Morrow.
Morrow, aye.
Morrow, aye. Alagi.
Alagi, aye.
Alagi, aye. Pacheco.
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Stewart, aye. You.
You, aye.
You, aye. The vote is unanimous. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you're ready, I'll proceed to the next item, which is AB 885. The analysis is located on page 202 of your board meeting materials, and the text is located on 242. This is a bill that has been introduced to revise the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to be able to essentially continue to conduct business as we have been doing during the state of emergency. However, this bill has been re-referred to the Government Organization Committee and really hasn't moved. We're not really sure what is going to be happening with it, but when we get to the board's omnibus bill 607, you'll see that there have been amendments to that bill that essentially would address the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act and provide the ability to boards to continue to use this option after the state of emergency is lifted. We do, staff does have a support recommendation, and it will be up to the board and the chair of the committee to determine whether a letter should be sent or we should just wait to see what happens with it.
On this one, because most of the position would have been support, I don't think at this time that we want to send a letter because the contents are elsewhere, and we'll discuss that later. So I would not suggest a letter at this point. So I'm going to move a support. Is there a second? Dr.
James,
Yu.
Yes.
Dr. Yu?
Second.
Thank you. Any board member discussion? Seeing nothing, is there any public discussion? Moderator, please facilitate the lines.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into that text field and submit that to the host. Seeing none, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. So, Board Secretary, the position is support, but we are not sending a letter at this time.
This is Board Secretary Felsenfeld. We're going to take a vote to support the position without a letter at this time. Burton.
Burton, aye.
Burton, aye. Chan.
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Felsenfeld, aye. Larian.
Larry and I.
Larian, aye. McKenzie.
McKenzie, yes.
McKenzie, aye. Medina.
Medina, I.
Molina. Dr. Molina? I'll come back. Was that you, Dr. Molina?
Yes, Molina, aye.
Thank you. Molina, aye. Montel?
Montel, aye.
Montel, aye. Dr. Morrow?
Morrow, aye.
Morrow, aye. Alagi?
Alagi, aye.
Alagi, aye. Pacheco?
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart?
Stewart, yes.
Stewart, aye. Dr. Yu?
You, yes.
Yu, yes. It is unanimous. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
The next bill on our list is AB 1552. The analysis is located on page 206, and the text is located on 261. This bill failed in the Assembly Committee on Business and Profession, and the legislature made its decision on this bill during the sunset review period that was held on behalf of the Dental Board, and the committee upheld that sunset review decision. There's there's no position to take at this time.
Okay. I would concur with that. The bill is dead, and there is no need to have a discussion or to take any action on this bill. So we're not going to do any board discussion. Is there any public discussion?
This is the moderator. We've opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. Our first request for comment comes from Francisco Leal. Francisco, your line is open. You will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Francisco Leal. I represent the University of Moldova Dental School, one of 2 foreign dental schools that this board approved for accreditation pursuant to legislation dating back to 1998. The other school is La Salle. The reason for that legislation was to address a shortage of dentists in California. Now, 2 years ago, this board made a decision that it no longer wanted to be responsible for the accreditation of foreign dental schools, and it sponsored legislation that transferred the accreditation to CODA. That same legislation, AB 1519, provided that any school previously accredited by the board, which would include Moldova and La Salle, would have to complete CODA accreditation by January 1st, 2024. The problem is that the CODA foreign school accreditation is an 8 to 10-year process, so it's impossible for Moldova or La Salle to be CODA accredited by January 1st. Secondly, when AB 1519 was passed, Moldova had matriculated students who are scheduled to graduate in June of 2024. These students and their parents are undergoing anxiety since they're not sure if they will graduate from a California accredited school. AB 1552 was simply intended to extend the deadline for CODA accreditation for Moldova to January 2030, so that Moldova would have sufficient time to complete the CODA process. I've sent letters to Ms. Fisher explaining this dilemma, but to date I have not received a written response. I'm requesting that this board look into and address this issue with the following in mind. As a policy issue, is this board no longer interested in supporting a program?
30 seconds.
Is the board no longer interested in supporting a program to accredit foreign dental schools intended to address the shortage of dental providers in California? And from a practical standpoint, how is this board going to address the fact that its sponsored legislation has placed many students in Moldova whose dreams to be dentists have been compromised and jeopardized, as they are now wondering if they will graduate from a California accredited school? That is my statement. Thank you.
Seeing no further requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Okay, Ms. Fisher.
Thank you. The next bill on our list is SB 534. As Dr. Martinez reported at the beginning of the meeting, this is a bill sponsored by the Dental Hygiene Board along with the Dental Hygiene Association. It will provide changes to the makeup of their board. When their board was created, they didn't have staggered terms, so they had a lot of board members going off at the same time, so they've asked to correct that. And then there are a number of other issues that they are doing cleanup on. So the board staff has reviewed this and is recommending although the dental board has no authority over the hygiene board, the staff is recommending a support position.
Okay, I'm going to move a support.
Dr. Stewart has his hand raised.
Dr. Stewart.
I'd like to second that. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any board member comment? Seeing none, any public comment?
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the host. Our first comment comes from Anthony Lum. Anthony, your line is open. You will have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer of the Dental Hygiene Board. I just want to thank Ms. Burton and all the board members for the recommendation of support. This bill will allow us to complete more provisions to properly oversee the dental hygiene profession. And it also allows us to promulgate more regulations for upcoming like mobile dental clinics and staggering of our board members to help us do our business. So I really appreciate the recommendation for support, and thank you very much.
And seeing no further requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Okay, Board Secretary, AB 534 has been moved and seconded. Would you please call the roll?
This is Board Secretary Felsenfeld. We're voting on the motion to take a support position on AB 534. Burton.
Burton, aye.
Burton, aye. Chan.
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Felsenfeld, aye. Loreen.
Loreen, aye.
Loreen, aye. McKenzie.
McKenzie, yes.
McKenzie, aye. Medina.
Medina, aye.
Medina, aye. Molina.
Member Molina, your line is muted.
Molina, aye.
Molina, aye. Montel.
Montel, aye.
Montel, aye. Morrow.
Morrow, aye.
Morrow, aye. Olagi.
Olagi, aye.
Olagi, aye. Pacheco.
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart.
Stewart, yes.
Stewart, aye. You,
Yes.
aye. It is unanimous. The motion is adopted.
Thank you. We're going to move on down to SB 607. And members, I'm going to ask you to listen to this very closely because there have been some amendments to this that you have received.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Yes, board members, the language was amended on May 11th, and so we forwarded this information to you. It has also been posted on the board's website. This bill, SB 607, was initially the board's bill to essentially repeal the requirement for the RDAEF practical and clinical examinations, and it's been turned into an omnibus bill, so it does have other issues in it now, so it's not just our bill. The bill continues to repeal the sections of law relating to the EF clinical and practical examination. It adds back in the authority for the board to assess a fee that was left out in SB 501. Additionally, the new amendments that were put in print just the other day essentially does affect a portion of the foreign dental schools. Basically, it says that any foreign dental school whose program was approved prior to January 1st of 2020 through any date between January 1st of 2024 and December 31st of 2026 will remain approved through that date. And upon expiration of the approval, the foreign dental school shall be required to comply with the provisions of 1636.4. This likely was inserted into the language because, if you'll recall, the Université de La Salle was approved for 7 years in May of 2019, and with our Sunset Review Bill, AB 1519, they essentially would have had to cut their approval period short. And so they sought this change. They went to the author of the bill and is seeking this change. In addition, the bill also now addresses the changes to the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act that I had referenced earlier. So this board would essentially, this amendment would essentially allow the board to continue to utilize the WebEx format that we have been using during the state of emergency, after the state of emergency is lifted, and essentially when this bill would go into effect, which would be January 1st of 2022. Staff continues to recommend support.
Is that a period?
That's a period, sorry.
If you look at the bottom of that discussion, you will see that we sent a letter of support, and we sent a letter of support for the first part of the bill. And so I'm going to recommend that we continue to support this and that we do an updated letter. Is there a second? I think you first. Did you pop up first?
Yes, it appeared Dr. Yu put his hand up first.
Okay. Dr. Yu?
You second.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or comments? I don't believe I see anything. Is there any public comment?
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on the screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. Not seeing any requests. Would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Okay, Board Secretary, the motion is to continue to support this and with the addition of the amendments to do an updated letter.
This is
Would
Board
you call
Secretary.
it?
I will, yes, ma'am. This is Board Secretary Felsenfeld. Burton.
Burton, aye.
Burton, aye. Chan.
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Felsenfeld, aye. Loreen.
Loreen, aye.
Loreen, aye. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, yes.
Mackenzie, aye. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, aye. Molina.
Aye.
Molina, aye. Motel.
Montel, I.
Motel, aye. Morrow.
Morrow, I.
Morrow, aye. Olagi.
Olagi, I.
Olagi, aye. Pacheco.
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart.
Stewart, yes.
Stewart, aye. You.
Yes.
You, aye. It is unanimous. The motion is adopted.
Thank you. The next bill is SB 652. You have updated amendments on that bill. Madam Executive Officer.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. We're now looking at SB 652. The amended version also came out on May 11th, and the text was provided to the board. Basically, now this bill pretty much just says that patients 13 years and older for general anesthesia will require 3 people on the team, and 2 of the people will have to have ACLS training. Ms. Burton, we've been going back and forth whether or not there's a support position. I would say that the staff has a support position, assuming the bill stays the way it is.
And that was going to be my comment. I know that there are no absolutes, but we will support this bill barring any further amendments. Is there a second? Melina. I see Melina's hand.
Yes, I have a question. So if a licensee has a permit already, would they have to start over again to apply for a permit since we won't have the conscious sedation permit anymore? Because I see that they will have to document cases and have an inspection. And there's people that have been doing this for 20 years, so they will have to start from scratch.
I'm sorry, Dr. Molina, are you responding to SB 652?
The sedation training, yeah.
Now, the bill was essentially changed. Are you looking at the new version that essentially only addresses general anesthesia?
Okay. Is general anesthesia in moderate sedation or just general anesthesia?
I believe this bill now is only referring to general anesthesia.
Okay, if it's just general anesthesia, then yeah, then that's.
Did you have the copy of the bill as amended May 11th?
So I have the copy of the bill. Let me see here. And then I made note, you know what? It does say does not apply for minimal or moderate. So it did address that.
Okay.
So scratch my, yeah, so that will take care of my concerns.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Felsenfeld? Is that the hand I see now?
That's correct. And then I will second the motion because it has not been seconded.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any other board member comment? And if you would, Dr. Felsenfeld, put your hand down.
Dr. Chan has his hand raised.
This is
Dr. Chan.
Steve Chan. And we need some clarification. Based on the summary that we see, it seems to be not consistent with the rulemaking that we're working on for SB 501. In the model for SB 501, the object of the model is to separate the operator dentist from the one that's administering the anesthesia. And in one of the elements of the rulemaking, it describes where the operating dentist may not need the permit for the general anesthesia if someone else has it, meaning the person that administers the general anesthesia. Further, there's another element that we're looking at in the rulemaking for SB 501 that says that the permittee, meaning the person that's administering the anesthesia, and the permittee's assistant is required to have the additional training. In the second paragraph under the summary for SB 652, it references the operating dentist. At least 2 additional personnel be present during the procedure, and the dentist and additional personnel maintain current certification in advanced cardiac life support. So there seems to be a difference in identifying the 2 different people in this provision. This does not seem to be the permittee, but it seems to reference the operator, which in the rulemaking on SB 501 is excluded if they just don't have it. So there's a question on the model and the language of who is required to have this, and the onus of the secondary personnel or the additional personnel is answerable to whom. Is that clear?
No.
What's your question, Dr. Chan?
It seems to be inconsistent in terms of the summary of in SB 652, who is the object of the permitting. And it says the operating dentist, which is not consistent with the rulemaking in SB 501.
And you're looking at the actual language?
No, I'm not.
Because I've heard you say a couple of times you're looking at a summary. So are you looking at the actual language?
Okay, let me, you know what? We can come back and I can look at it.
Remember, this bill was amended, and so the language in your report was done prior to that amendment.
Jessica, did you want to weigh in while Dr. Chan is looking at the language?
Thank you, Karen. I just wanted to clarify that the language does present 2 scenarios. The first is if the permit holder is the operating dentist, he must have 2 additional staff, and the permit holder and the 1 additional staff would be required to maintain current certification in ACLS. The second scenario is if the permit holder is dedicated to the monitoring, then the dentist, or excuse me, the permit holder and either the operating dentist and one staff would need to maintain current ACLS certification. So there are two different scenarios. It may not be presented in the summary, but it does separate those two.
This is Dr. Chan again. On page 305 of the actual text, on looks like page 2 of the actual bill, it does restate that on the first paragraph.
Excuse me. You need to look at the bill, the copy of the bill that you received in the packet of things, of updates. And you need to look at the bill as amended on May 11th, 2021.
This is Dr. Chan again. I don't see the amendment that describes something different than what Jessica just talked about. There does seem to be two different scenarios in here.
That's correct.
And it's not clear. Conceptually, it makes sense. It really does make sense, but it's not clear where it's seemingly different with what we're working on for the rulemaking in SB 501, and that this describes a different scenario.
Okay, would you please look at page 8 and page 9 of the amended bill? At the
What page are you on the materials?
No, it's not in the materials, Dr. Chan.
Amended bill, it's the bill that, the material that came out to you separately a few days ago.
I'm going to be looking. I have to work from a separate computer because I had a difficulty getting onto the WebEx. I don't want to hold this up if this
I was just
needs to
gonna
go
say,
forward.
I was just going to give you time, or if there are any other, and we'll come back to you, but are there any other board member comments? And if not, I'd like to move to public comment. And then we'll come back to you, Dr. Chan.
This is the moderator. I have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on the screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. Our first comment comes from Mary McCune. Mary, your line is open. You will have 2 minutes.
Hi again, Mary McCune with the California Dental Association. I just wanted to provide some additional information, especially in light of the confusion right now on the bill. For context, CDA has right now, or it originally had a support if amended position. We reconvened our multi-specialty group, the same group that we had used during SB 501, and the group helped to inform CDA's initial bill position and the 3 amendments that we requested. The first one was allowing an ACLS alternative. The second was extending the due date for the Dental Board and Office of Oral Health report to be due in 2023. And then lastly, and I think most importantly, to address some of the concerns, is that we were also asked to eliminate the requirement for a second person to be trained in ACLS in the specific case when there's a dedicated anesthesia provider. And the reason for this is because CDA strongly believes that there's just not sufficient or statistically significant data, and neither is there an eminent public safety issue. And lastly, and ADA guidelines also don't support requiring 2 providers to be trained in ACLS when there's a dedicated anesthesia provider there. And because this last amendment has been not accepted by the bill sponsor or the author, CDA is now holding an oppose unless amended position, but still remains committed to continuing the discussion with the author and CALIMAS. So with that, I'll end my comments.
And seeing no further requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes. And let's go back to you, Dr. Chan.
Thank you. I'm looking at the actual amended text, and it doesn't change where Bates is requiring, or SB 652 is requiring the operator dentist to have a permit also. And yet it conflicts with says it does not need a general anesthesia permit. So it's conflicting within itself.
Tell me where you're seeing that, please.
On page 8, of 74, at the bottom. So it's conflicting with I just lost it, sorry. It's conflicting with, on SB 501 rulemaking, item 1043.1, item A, that's what it seems to be conflicting with, where it says the licensed dentist does not need a general anesthesia permit and so forth. And yet on go back to Bates, it does say that.
We've got a little bit of a conundrum here. The sponsors of the bill, I'm getting a note saying that they can't get in. And so what would be your suggestion, moderator, or how we can accept comments and possibly some clarification? How can we do that?
So just to clarify, the sponsors of the bill are trying to connect to this meeting but cannot log in?
Right.
That would be up to legal counsel how they would want to handle that.
I know yesterday when I was having a problem, someone suggested that I use the phone.
Fran, I'm sorry, Ms. Burton, this is Karen. Are you talking about the lobbyist?
Yes.
Because he's in the attendee list. Can't he be, we should be able to elevate him to a panelist or at least open up the attendees box, right?
Yes, I can do that as long as he's identified.
Yeah, Gary Cooper is in the attendee list.
I can promote him. Mr. Cooper, you will now have control of your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thankfully. This is Gary Cooper, and I am representing Cal Amos, the sponsor of the bill. Did you want me to address Dr. Chan's concerns, or did you want me to address the bill in general?
If you've got some presentation and you've got 2 minutes, so you can do that and respond to his question, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Again, Gary Cooper representing Cal Amos, the oral surgeons and sponsor of SB 652. As most of you are aware, we were the sponsor of SB 501 in 2018. And that bill was in response to the unfortunate passing of a pediatric patient in an oral surgeon's office. SB 501 was very clear on the safeguards it put on pediatric dental anesthesia, specifically general anesthesia. In taking a look at how most oral surgeons and most dentists that use general anesthesia practice, there is a team method. And so we decided that it would be very appropriate to introduce a piece of legislation dealing with that team approach to general anesthesia. As Dr. Felsenfeld would most likely agree, that is what he teaches, and that is how he has practiced over the many years, a team approach. So basically, SB 652 is closing the loop of SB 501 and making it as safe, hopefully, for people over 13 as it is for people under 13. The way we're sort of looking at this is that why should someone when they're 12 years old, 11 months, and 29 days be treated one way, and a couple days later when they turn 13, they shall get a less, their care should be less. It's having a two-tier form of health care. So specifically, we addressed the concerns of several of the specialists, and specifically California Dental Association, and we removed the moderate sedation language. That's about as far as we're willing to go right now, only because we believe that we want it to be as safe for everybody as it is for under 13 as over 13. We are committed to working with all of the folks out there that are concerned about dental safety and general anesthesia, as long as it doesn't, and I repeat, as long as it doesn't interfere with SB 501 and the safeguards that were put in SB 501 for general anesthesia. And with that, I would ask Madam Chair for a support position from the Dental Board. Thank you.
Now, specific to Dr. Chan's concern, which is really confusing to me.
I'm actually confused myself, so if you would repeat it, I'd be happy to take a look at it.
Dr. Chan.
So on the, this is Dr. Chan. In Bates, it describes a different model where the operating dentist is also responsible for initiating and administering any necessary emergency response. It does not have that responsibility identified with the dedicated permitted anesthesia provider. So there's two roles here. The permit for anesthesia, whether it's under 13, which needs the pediatric endorsement, or over 13, is responsible. The responsibility lies with the dedicated permitted anesthesia provider. But on the bill, it describes the operating dentist shall be responsible for administering and initiating any necessary emergency response. And yet in the rulemaking for 501 that we're working on now, the operating dentist may not necessarily have to have the permit.
Okay, and let me just stop you there and
Sure.
tell you on page 8, big B, it says that the operating dentist shall be responsible for initiating and administering any necessary emergency response. Below, in 3B, it says the anesthesia provider shall be responsible for initiating and administrating any necessary emergency response. and the operating dentist or other trained and designated personnel shall assist the anesthesia provider in emergency response. So you're confusing me because I think I don't understand what you are seeing that I don't see. And Mr. Cooper, if you had some response to that and can help us with our confusion here, it would be helpful.
In all honesty, I'm a little confused at Dr. Chan's concerns here, because basically on line 18, the operating dentist shall be responsible for initiating and administering any necessary response. And then line 3 on our subsection 3, line 20, both shall apply. And so basically they're saying that A and B shall both apply. So I'm not concerned. I'm not sure what the confusion is.
Okay. This is Dr. Chan again. Then
Yes, sir.
that adds clarification. From SB 501 that the rulemaking is proceeding now, it only requires one necessarily, meaning the person administering it. In 652, it's requiring both. Is that correct? To have
Correct.
a permit. So that is different then. Because now it's requiring the operator dentist as well as the administering anesthesia provider, both to have the permit. Is that correct? It's a different
Yes.
model. It's a different model now.
In all honesty, sir, I have not seen the rulemaking and the regulations that are being promulgated right now.
Okay. And the secondary part of that is that on 501, the rulemaking specifies that the permittee and the permittee assistants are responsible for the emergency care and such. But now the onus now becomes both the operator as well as the anesthesia provider. So both of them necessarily must have permitted secondary people, which adds many more people to the operating room. And that might be good, but that's where it's confusing, because now we're adding necessarily a second permit person, meaning the operator, and then their permitted people. That's where it's changing the model. And that's why it was not clear to me. If that's the purpose of Bates, to add the secondary permit holder, meaning the operator now, that's a different model.
Our intent is to have, as we have always stated, that we would want 3 people in the room, 3 people working on the patient, and we would want 2 of those people to make sure that they are trained in either PALS, depending on whether it's a pediatric patient, or ACLS, depending on if it's an adult patient. So our purpose is to always have those 3 people in the room working on the patient, and the level of their advanced life support or PALS, depending on the age of the patient. So yes, that is our goal, is to have at least 2 of the 3 people trained.
Ms. Burton, let's continue, because we're not getting anywhere with this.
No, we aren't. If the bill has been moved and seconded, Secretary, please call the roll.
We are voting on to take a support position on SB 652. This is Secretary Felsenfeld. Burton.
Burton, aye.
Burton, aye. Chan.
Chan, a qualified nay.
Chan, nay. Felsenfeld, nay. Larine.
Yes, Larine.
Larine, aye. McKenzie.
McKenzie, yes.
McKenzie, aye. Medina.
Medina, aye.
Medina, aye. Molina.
Molina, nay.
Molina, nay. Montel.
Montel, aye.
Aye. Montel, aye. Morrow.
Morrow, aye.
Morrow, aye. Olagi.
Olagi, aye.
Olagi, aye. Pacheco.
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart.
Stewart, yes.
Stewart, aye. You.
Aye.
Vote is 10 ayes, 3 nays, and 1 absent. The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. Next is SB 772.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. SB 772, the analysis is located on page 211 of your board meeting packets, and the text is located on page 340 of your board meeting packets. It's unknown what's going to come of this legislation since it was set for hearing twice, and the author canceled both hearings. This bill would essentially take the fine out of citation and fine, and if it moves forward, staff recommends the board oppose this. We firmly believe that it's due to the fine that is assessed for essentially a violation of the Practice Act that compels people to get into compliance. Again, staff recommends an opposed position.
And I'm going to move board recommendation, oppose. Is there a second? Dr. Stewart?
I'd like to move the second.
Thank you. And put your hand down. Any board member discussion? Dr. Molina.
Yes, so this bill is basically saying that that they are not going to give an administrative fine for a minor violation. Correct?
That's correct.
And why are we opposing it?
Well, we give citations for essentially not providing records, and that's $250 a day for each day that they don't provide records.
Okay, okay.
And dentists learn a big lesson that when they get something from the dental board, they need to open it and they need to respond within the time frame. Also, we also give citations for the CE audits that we're conducting. When people have essentially signed their renewal form and have indicated that they have their CEs in order, and they don't once they go through an audit. So we actually issue citation for that also. So that's what we mean about a minor violation. We typically don't go down the road for discipline for minor violations. Does that answer your
Great.
question,
Thank you so
Dr.?
much for the clearance. Yes.
Okay.
And I'd just like to add, Dr. Molina, that oftentimes we see legislation that is applicable to a number of boards within the department, but what works for one does not always work for another. And there could be some reasons that this is necessary for someone else, but this would be detrimental to us.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any board member comment? I'm sorry, any public member comment?
This is the moderator. We've opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And seeing no requests for comment, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Okay, this bill has been moved and seconded. Secretary, please call the roll.
Board Secretary Felsenfeld, we are voting on the motion to take an opposed position on Senate Bill 772. Burton.
Burton, aye.
Burton, aye. Chan.
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Felsenfeld, aye. Loreen.
Lorraine, aye.
Loreen, aye. McKenzie.
McKenzie, yes.
McKenzie, aye. Medina.
Medina, I.
Medina, aye. Molina.
Molina, aye.
Molina, aye. Montel.
Montel, I.
Montel, aye. Morrow.
Morrow, I.
Morrow, aye. Alagi.
Loggy, I.
Alagi, aye. Pacheco.
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Stewart, aye. You.
UI.
You, aye. It is unanimous. The motion to oppose is adopted.
Thank you. Okay, now members, I'm going to refer you back to page 197 in the pending legislation. And I'm going to give you the bill numbers. AB 2, AB 29, AB 107, AB 646, AB 1026, AB 1236, AB 1273, AB 1386, and SB 731. And the question is, if any of you have comments on any of these bills that you'd like to present.
Otherwise, staff will continue to monitor these bills and we're taking a watch position.
Dr. Stewart, your mic is on, but your hand is not up. Now your mic is off. Okay. Seeing no board member comment, is there any public comment on any of these bills? Moderator, if you would please facilitate the lines.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you have comments on any of the bills listed on today's agenda that have not already been discussed, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And seeing no requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we will now move on to item 22C, discussion on prospective legislative proposals. And here we are asking stakeholders to submit proposals in writing to the board before doing the record for possible consideration for the board at any future meetings. Are there any public comments on this?
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on prospective legislative proposals, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the host. And not seeing any requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, thank you. Madam President, that concludes the legislative part of
Thank
today's
you.
agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Burton, and it's great to hear your voice. With permission
Thank
of the
you.
board, it would be a good time to take a 15-minute break. Can you please put the time up on the screen? Coming back at a little after 2:30. And we will now move on to agenda item 23A, review and discussion and possible action to initiate a rulemaking to implement Senate Bill 501, Glacier Chapter 929 Statutes of 2018, and adopt the following changes related to anesthesia, sedation, and the care of pediatric patients in Division 10 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations. I will ask Sarah Wallace, Assistant Executive Officer, and Jessica Olney, Anesthesia Unit Manager, to present this agenda item.
Good afternoon. This is Sarah Wallace, Assistant Executive Officer. First, I would like to preface this by asking the board to please disregard the memo and the language that was contained in the meeting materials that were sent out at the beginning of May. We will be referencing the memo that is revised May 12th, 2021, that was sent out to board members earlier this week and was also made available on our website. The DCA moderator is also projecting this document. In addition to referencing this new revised memo, I ask that the board members refer to two new attachments that we provided earlier this week. The first attachment includes staff recommended modifications to the original proposed text in yellow, and the second attachment includes modifications to the text in its entirety. It's the final draft for the board's approval. We will be going through the document today. Before we begin in the agenda item, I just wanted to confirm that there were no questions about the revised meeting materials and everybody had them. I don't see any hands raised, so I will begin. So in 2018, Governor Brown signed Senate Bill 501, which becomes effective on January 1st of 2022. This bill impacts the current program, anesthesia and sedation program, that includes the general anesthesia permit, the conscious sedation permit, and oral conscious sedation for minors and adults permit holders in California. This legislation made significant amendments to the application requirements and to the renewal requirements, along with the on-site inspection and evaluation requirements, requiring significant updates to the current regulations. So staff has drafted draft regulations for the board's consideration to initiate a rulemaking. We did work with board regulatory legal counsel to develop the language and forms incorporated by reference, which you are reviewing today. The following is an overview of the changes that we've proposed in the regulatory text. The current GA permit, or general anesthesia permit, will be updated to include new initial application requirements, revised renewal requirements, and monitoring of patients under the age of 7, along with an updated application and renewal form. The current medical general anesthesia permit will also be updated to include initial application requirements, renewal requirements, and changes to the monitoring of patients under the age of 7. The current conscious sedation permit will no longer be issued, and the new moderate sedation permit will be initiated and will include new initial application requirements, renewal requirements, requirements for monitoring of patients under the age of 13, and also include new application and renewal forms. The current oral conscious sedation for minors permit no longer will be issued, and it will be replaced with the pediatric minimal sedation permit. This will include new application requirements, renewal requirements, requirements for monitoring of patients under the age of 13, and has led to the creation of new application and renewal forms. The current oral conscious sedation permit will remain with no changes. Earlier this week, staff identified several areas in the proposed language that required modifications from the original posting of the meeting materials. And so again, we're asking you to disregard the prior version of the documents that you received in the original meeting materials. Today, Jessica Olney and I will be going through attachment 1, which the DCA moderator will be projecting on the screen. Again, this attachment includes the staff recommended modifications to that original proposed text and those forms incorporated by reference. The modifications we made to the original text that was included in your original meeting materials appear in yellow highlight for the purpose of displaying the text differences between the prior version and the proposed language and forms incorporated by reference. Jessica and I are going to go through each section today and ask if any board members have any questions or comments to allow an opportunity for discussion. Just to preface this, staff, we did our best with the knowledge base that we have and within the parameters of the statutory requirements. And so, for example, what we'll do today is starting on page 1 with section 1017 relating to continuing education units. I'll ask the board members if there are any comments or questions regarding the amendments to this section, and then we'll discuss those, and then we'll move on section by section. So to begin with, we do have section 1017, which outlines the continuing education units and continuing competency requirements for renewal and license or permit. Are there any board member questions or comments about the language outlined in the document before you? We do not see any raised hands. So we will move on to the next section, which is section 1021, examination permit and licensure fees for dentists. Are there any board member comments or questions regarding the proposed amendments in this section?
Sarah, if possible, it might also be prudent to identify the page number of where you are.
Sure. I am looking at on attachment 1, agenda item 23A, attachment 1. It's page 5 of 74. Beginning about 3/4 of the way down the page with section 1021 under Article 6 fees. I do not see any hands raised. I will be moving on to section 1043 on page 7 of 74 of the attachment 1 for definitions. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, I will move on to section 1043.1, permit application requirements, which begins on page 8 of 74 through page 9 of 74. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, I will move on to section 1043.2, composition of on-site inspection and evaluation teams, page 9 of 74 through page 10 of 74. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, I will move on to section 1043.1, on-site inspection. That goes through page 13 of 74. Are there any board member comments or questions? You'll notice in this document that board staff revised on page 13 to update informed consent to make it clear to include a patient's conservator or the informed consent of a person authorized to give such consent for a patient. This was to create consistency with board statute and other sections of regulation. I do not see any board member hands raised. I will move on to section 1043.4, evaluation standards, which begins on page 13 through page 15. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, I will move on to section 1043.5 on page 15 of 74 of attachment 1. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, I will move on to section 1043.6, grading of inspection and evaluation, starting on page 15 through page 16. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. 1043.7, starting on page 16 and ending on page 17. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, I will take section 1043.8 and 1043.8.1 together, starting on page 17 through page 18. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, section 1043.9 for pediatric minimal sedation definitions begins on page 18 and ends on page 19. Are there any board member comments? Do not see any. Section 1043.9.1, requirements and standards on page 19. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. Section 1043.9.2, facility and equipment standards beginning on page 19 through page 21. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. Section 1044 in relation to oral conscious sedation definitions beginning on page 21 of attachment 1 through page 22. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. Section 1044.1 on page 22. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, moving to section 1044.2, beginning on page 22 through page 23, and 1044.3 on page 23 through 24. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. Section 1044.4 on page 24 is being repealed. Page 24 through 25. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. Section 1044.5, facility and equipment standards starting on page 25 through page 27. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. On page 28, starting with section 1070.8, approval of dental sedation assistant permit courses, beginning on page 28 and going through page 34. Are there any board member comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the applications, which are the forms incorporated by reference into this regulation. Beginning on page 35, I have the application for general anesthesia permit, and that is page 35 through page 42. Are there any board member comments or questions? I don't see any. Moving to application for moderate sedation permit, beginning on page 43 through 50. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. Moving to the certification of moderate sedation training, beginning on page 51 through, I apologize, it's a long document, 63. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none. The application for pediatric minimal sedation permit, page 64 through 68. Are there any board member comments or questions? Seeing none, moving on to the certification of pediatric minimal sedation training, beginning on page 69, or on page 69. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none. Next, on page 70, we have the application for use of oral conscious sedation for adult patients application, page 70 through 74. Are there any board member comments or questions? I do not see any. So today, staff have prepared attachment 2 for you of DCA moderator, if you can show that document. And this is the final language that we are presenting to the board. It's the language that was just included in the document that we just went through section by section in each form, that does not include any highlight indicating any changes. So this is the final form of the document. What board staff are asking today is for the board to take action to approve the proposed regulatory text for sections 1017, 1021, 1043, 1043.1, 1043.2, 1043.3, 1043.4, 1043.5, 1043.6, 1043.7, 1043.8, 1044, 1044.1, 1044.2, 1044.3, 1044.5, 1070.8, 1043.8.1, 1043.9, 1043.9.1, 1043.9.2, new Article 5.1, and repeal Section 1044.4 of Article 5.5 of Chapter 2 of Division 10 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations, and all forms therein incorporated by reference as noticed in the proposed text. In addition, direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. And if no adverse comments are received, authorize the Executive Officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. So that is the motion that board staff is asking for the board to make today. I do see that board member Burton has her hand raised, and then I did see that board member Chan had his hand raised. President Pacheco.
So is there a motion? I saw Burton's hand up. So Burton?
I would like to move item 23A as discussed.
Okay. And second, I saw Dr. Chan's hand
And this
go
is
up.
Dr. Chan, and I'd like to second the motion.
Okay. So the motion is for 23A to accept the modification as proposed. You can go ahead and lower your hands. And I would like to ask for any public comment if the DCA moderator could please facilitate the lines for public comment.
This is the moderator. I have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on the screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the host. Our first comment comes from Dr. Bruce Witcher. Dr. Witcher, your line is open. You will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Bruce Witcher, in this case representing CDA. I'd really like to thank staff for all the hard work they put into this rulemaking package. I know I went through it and looked at it and offered a few comments, some of which were accepted and put into amendments, which are highlighted in yellow. This will allow the rulemaking to get started, and obviously there will be other comments which will come in during the formal rulemaking comment period for 45 days initially. So we may have additional comments at that time, but you know, we're taking the position that this package is ready to move forward through the regulatory process. And we really like to thank staff for the excellent job they did. This was a very lengthy project, very detailed and quite complicated. And so they deserve to be commended for this effort. Thank you.
And not seeing any further requests for comment, would you like me to close the panel?
President Pacheco?
I'm talking to myself.
Okay.
We've all done it at least once. So Board Secretary, please call the roll and record votes for this agenda item. Thank you.
This is Board Secretary Felsenfeld. We are voting on all that Ms. Wallace stated earlier to propose for the proposed rulemaking. Burton.
Member Burton, you are muted.
Ms. Burton? Was that I, Ms. Burton?
Burton, aye.
Thank you. Burton, aye. Chan?
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Felsenfeld, aye. Loreen?
Loreen, aye.
Loreen, aye. McKenzie?
McKenzie, yes.
McKenzie, aye. Medina?
Medina, aye.
Medina, aye. Molina?
Molina, aye.
Molina, aye. Montel?
Montel, aye.
Montel, aye. Morrow?
Morrow, aye.
Morrow, aye. Olagi?
Olagi, aye.
Olagi, aye. Pacheco?
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Stewart, aye. You?
You, aye.
You, aye. It is unanimous. The motion is adopted.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. This concludes the May 14, 2021 quarterly dental board meeting. And this meeting is adjourned.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, we're not done.
No.
We have one more agenda item.
Oh, one more agenda item. I'm sorry. 23B.
Sorry.
23B, that's correct. Woo!
Almost cut you short. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I'm just flipping through my pages here. So 23B is in relation to the board's proposed rulemakings relating to continuing education requirements. So the board just took action to initiate the rulemaking for to implement Senate Bill 501, which included amendments to Section 1017 in our continuing education regulations. The board currently has 2 other rulemakings related to continuing education moving through the rulemaking process that were already previously initiated, and board staff are working with legal counsel to initiate those documents. For clarity and ease of moving through the rulemaking process without creating the potential of conflict of competing amendments to Section 1017, board staff is asking the board to authorize the consolidation of the previously approved and initiated amendments to California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1017, related to Senate Bill 501, with the previously board-approved and initiated proposed amendments to Sections 1016, 1016.2, and 1017 into one single rulemaking package. And we've also included the language that has already been previously initiated and would be consolidated together in the board meeting materials for the board's review.
President Pacheco, at this point, I believe you need to ask for a motion and a second.
Yes, is there a motion and a second? Please use the raise hand feature for a motion or a second.
We had Ms. Burton and Dr. Stewart's hand go up first, I believe.
Okay, and thank you. Please turn off the raise hand feature. So the motion is to accept. Do we have any public comments?
Ms. Pacheco, before you proceed, let's get the verbal acknowledgement from Ms. Burton and Dr. Stewart.
Okay. Ms. Burton?
I move item 23B.
And it's my privilege to second that motion.
Item moved 23B by Ms. Burton and Dr. Stewart. Are there any public comments?
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen, type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box, and submit that to the host. And seeing no requests, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, thank you. Board Secretary, please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
As the board secretary, we are now voting on a motion to accept 23B as it was written. Burton.
Burton, aye.
Burton, aye. Chan.
Chan, aye.
Chan, aye. Felsenfeld, aye. Laureen.
Laureen, aye.
Laureen, aye. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, yes.
Mackenzie, aye. McDina.
Medina, aye.
Medina, aye. Molina.
Molina, aye.
Molina, aye. Montel.
Montel, aye.
Montel, aye. Morrow.
Morrow, aye.
Morrow, aye. Olagi.
Olagi, aye.
Olagi, aye. Pacheco.
Pacheco, aye.
Pacheco, aye. Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Stewart, aye. And you.
You, aye.
You, aye. It is unanimous. The motion is adopted.
Thank you. And now this concludes the May 14, 2021 Quarterly Dental Board meeting, and this meeting is officially adjourned. Everyone enjoy your weekend.
Good day, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Good meeting.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye, all.
Have a good weekend. Bye.